run that back. We are live, and I'm going to go ahead and share this to go ahead and share it over there with Texas Killbilly. Yeah. And thank you, Chuck and folks, and I appreciate you. Let me go ahead and real quick, I'm gonna set this up and park that here. Paste. Thank you. There's that. Pin message. My God, what a pain in the ass. Swear to God, I'm doing fucking more gymnastics to try and get this shit done than a freaking damn monkey. Gray Menace. Where'd you go? I don't know. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Freedom Forum. This is your host, Yo Guardsman and by all means, have your fun in the chat, on the panel, what have you. Everybody is welcome. This here is a rendition of I Am Fucking Goddamn Sick and Goddamn Tired. So we're going to have ourselves a late night Freedom Forum. Yeah, screw you, Jimmy Kimmel. Oh. I know. I shouldn't be smoking cigarettes while I've got pneumonia. Guess what? I've had pneumonia since I was 15. I've smoked since I was 15. They kind of came about at the same time. One before the other, actually. Funny enough, I was smoking before I ended up drowning. And if it wouldn't have been for Providence, well, why? Howdy, y'all. Garrett, Mr. Blackwatch, Miss Awesome Alice. Good to see you. You know, I ain't seen you in a quick minute, Alice. What's going on? What is? Yeah, me personally, I'm dealing with the loverly pneumonias. Yeah, up late, work on the house. Okay. God, I wish I could do that without pissing my neighbors off. My neighbors would kill me if I was working on the house in the middle of the night. Of course, I've come fairly close to fucking shooting people for coming onto my property in the middle of the night. So there's that. Why is it that the rats always pick right when I am sitting here with y'all to fucking go and pistolate my chickens? I swear to God, man. It's like I don't do this shit on purpose. I'm gonna forget about the damn rats. It's a freedom forum right now. Them's fighting words. I don't blame you for being pissed. Somebody touched my flag, they better fucking bring a spade because they're digging their own damn grave. I'll put that straight. You got the right to burn my flag. I got the right to bury your ass. Let's be clear. My granddad fucking nearly died for that flag. I bled on that motherfucker to keep the stripes red. You know, fuck you and your goddamn idealism. Touch my flag. That's a fight. That's a fight you ain't gonna win too. Because I ain't the only one jumping in. I know there's a bunch of motherfuckers around to be like, motherfucker, what you doing with that man's flag? Them's fighting words. Touch my flags. Any of my flags. No, I'll put it this way. This is the best flag in the world, boss. Yeah, don't want to come off my hat no more. You know what that means, right? It's basically God saying, no, don't take it off. You earned it. That's that flag right there. God bless America. That's why I stuck to my arm in ink. Shit's written in blood, man. Yeah, we got commies around here. We got commies everywhere. And you know, I've sat there and straight up accused a motherfucker of being a communist right to their face, and they went, "No, I'm not a communist. I'm not. I don't believe that Stalin was good." I was like, motherfucker, guess what? Just because you don't think one man was a good person doesn't fucking mean shit. When you stand on their ideals, you can be confused any which way. So, like I says, me and Creed Fisher, we agree. If you got the right to burn my flag, I got the right to gut stomp your ass into a fucking blood puddle. Now, that being said, I do not condone violence for violence sake. I do not condone aggression and being the one who goes out in an aggressive manner, attempting to stir the pot. I am the one who condones aggression in a defensive manner. So, yeah, I'll be very frank and clear with it. If you got a right to burn my flag, I got the right to gut stomp your ass into a blood puddle, make you a freedom smear on the ground. You're doing a Mexican hat dance on your carcass. I joke, but you know what I'm saying. Like, the reality of it is, I mean, look, I'm not a predominantly violent individual. I'm actually just, I'm abrasive. I says what I says. I consider words to be just that, hot air. Actions are louder than words. Actions are stronger than words. My actions are, you have every right to burn that fucking piece of fucking material that you bought. But the moment that you come over here and you take my flag and you decide to burn that motherfucker, I am going to goddamn gut stomp your ass into the ground. My patience is limited to that far. I have more patience than most. Most people would see you doing that shit to your piece of material and says, motherfucker, you ain't got no right to do that. Now hold up. They paid money for that fucking piece of cloth. It is not a flag because they chose to utilize it as a form of speech. It's no longer a flag. However, mine is a flag because it is used as a designation of a line of engagement. It's a flag. There is a difference between a flag and a bed sheet. You know how many fucking American flag bed sheets there are, and how many Union Jack bed sheets there are. But if you took, say, that bed sheet, or you took the actual banner that bed sheet is based off of, and you put it on a pole, and you carry that pole upright with respect in leading the front, that is a designation of skirmish line, and it no longer is a piece of cloth. So it all depends on how you look at it. No, I'm not gonna freaking. I'm not gonna get butt hurt because you chose to go and do something with your piece of material. But if you touch my flag, you best believe you're gonna be getting the butt end of the staff. Just the way it is. I will not strike my colors because you decided that you was butthurt about what's my history. Wahoo. Oh. That's why, I don't use my flag in protests. I don't carry it in a protest. I carry my flag as a designation of a battle line, a skirmish line. That's why it stays in the back of my truck furled until it is time to unfurl it. Most folks don't realize the differences between a flag and a simple piece of material. They don't think of it there being a difference. God plan. Yo, what's up, brother? Good to see you. Yeah, this is the Late Night Freedom Forum because I can't go to sleep tonight. I'm not going to wake up tomorrow drowning. I fucking literally can't. I contemplated quitting, giving up, you know. I actually did this morning. And it was a fleeting thought, but it was a thought. That's why I won't go to sleep tonight. No matter what I do, I ain't going to sleep. And damn pneumonia, it creeps up on my ass when I'm fucking laying down or sitting down for too long or any of the above. Y'all may not know this, but my most recent video, I actually recorded that this morning when I woke up. That was this morning. God's on it is truth. Hand to God, my hand on the Bible to God. That was recorded this morning as I was waking up. Now, it's normal to me. All right. That's just been my life for the past couple of decades. Other people, they look at it like, dude, you're sick. You need to get help. You need to go to the emergency room. Like, dude, you don't understand. I've been dealing with this since I was fucking 15 years old. Ain't nothing gonna change. It's just gonna get worse. I mean, let's be fair and honest with each other. The only difference between me and Doc Holliday is that he had fucking tuberculosis and I got pneumonia. Really ain't much of a difference. They're both consumptive. My pneumonia has never gone away. For those of you who don't know, pneumonia can also be called another type of infection. With the designation MRSA, medically resistant streptococcal affliction or what have you. I don't know what the A is for. I never even fucking paid attention to that. I was just like, you know what? Yeah, I know what the other part is. And that's enough to know that, you know, because you see, streptococcal bacterium is what gives you pneumonia. That's what pneumonia is. It's normally already existing in your body. Medically resistant streptococcal bacterium is what normally kills people because it is resistant to medications. So you'll end up, you know, taking antibiotics, and instead of killing the infection, it kills off the rest of what your body has that's fighting the infection. So in some senses, you know, antibiotics are a good thing, but in others, they can kill you. So yeah, that's why I deal with it the way I do. I know it's gonna kill me. I'm gonna fucking end up drowning some morning in my own phlegm, unable to fucking breathe because, well, let's see here. Before I was 25 years old, it never really hit me hard. You know, I had pneumonia before then, but it wasn't that bad. You know, I get a little scratchy throat and a little bit of a phlegmy cough, but it wasn't anything big. It wasn't like I woke up in the morning unable to breathe because I was coughing so hard. That came about after my little incident where I got stabbed and ended up in a coma for 3 days. And they ended up intubating me. So I was on my back for 3 days straight, and it had a chance to really take root. Ever since then, I've had a pretty severe case of walking pneumonia. Hi, Dana. Good to see you. I ain't seen you in a while. How you doing? I saw you over there at Chuck's, by the by. And yes, I did want to say hello. However, conversation being what it was, I just actually did not want to interrupt because it was a very stimulating conversation. Medical stuff and chemistry and stuff like that. I mean, that's some of my favorite subjects is, the sciences. You are not doing me, Dana. You are not here right now. You are not doing me. So I don't know what you're talking about with that. I'm goofing. I'm totally goofing. I'm sitting there, ha, 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 ha. But, anyhow, let's take this particular parade inside. Shit. Sure, pistol secured. Anything else I may need? Yeah, moment. No. Okay, I'm out. Best in it. Good. So cool. Ah, boy, here's my phone. It doesn't go through. Okay. Now, just so we're clear, Puppy Bomb. There he is. There's the hoodoo. Oh my boy. I got my cool. I love you, Baba. Boy. Oh. Yeah, that's how the wild ones are. That is how the wild ones are there, Good Lord. I swear. Yeah, he's a sweetie. He's a sweetie. That's my hoop. Ouch. It's okay. I'm not mad at you. Shit. We're both on the same coast pretty much. I could understand why it's a little bit late in the evening. So Garrett. A couple of songs that come to mind. I've been listening to recently myself. They're not Creed Fisher, mind, but instead they're from a similar genre, I guess you could say. One of them would be Dark Black Coal by Logan Halstead. Dark black coal consume my soul. I owe it to you anyway. Just don't let my children become a victim of the mountain's evil ways. Pretty fucking good song. And then there's what's his name? I can't remember this dude's name for the life of me, but the song is called Pitchin' Fits. It's actually a pretty good fucking song. That's one of those, like, you know, I think that most folks who are part of our community and have been sitting here watching what's been going on lately, you know, y'all would verify with that particular song. You'd have some sort of like that gut feeling, like, you know, this just hits right in the feels, you know. Tell you what, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna track down those songs. I'm gonna throw them down here in the maybe I'm gonna throw them down here in the chat, and then you can pick them up from there and do your thing, whatever, you know. Save them in your clipboard or whatever, and later on go check them out if you want, or you can check them out during the show. It's up to you. I don't care. Personally, I appreciate your time here and whatnot, but like I said, it's up to you. So let me real quick, I'm gonna go ahead and grab those up, snap those up, and bring them to you, y'all's attention. See here, where is it? Had it here. Summers. Barrel of whiskey. Where in the fuck snap? Frick it. Frickin' frackin' frackaroodle. Let's do it this way then. We'll go. Logan Halstead, Dark Black Coal. Thank you. This one. Yeah, that's about how it go. Right, Tar. Okay. Drake and Farley. I'll check that one out next. This is by Logan Halstead, if it'll let me. Logan Halstead, Dark Black Coal. All right. I'll check out Logan. He's actually a really good musician. I believe when I was probably about like 23, 24, I got to meet the young man. I was out there on the East Coast and just tooling around doing a damn thing, and he sat there and he played a good little tune for us. And you know, me and my buddies are all just sitting there kind of just kicking around, having fun and whatnot. But you know, it's a good song. And it's haunting, you know, it kind of hits you right there. Just makes you feel it. Anyways, yeah, now Drayton Farley. Be right back. And I'll probably drop off of the whole screen thing again. It's gonna happen, but you know, just real quick, I wanted to link these particular songs because they're they're what I've been listening to recently, and there's good music. It just says it that way. Cool. Yeah, okay. So we go back and go here and go Drayton Farley. Yeah, it's exactly what it is. Okay. Yes. So there's this one. Share, copy link to here. And I'm gonna go here. Hi, April. Good to see you, hon. Here's the Drayton Farley Pitching Fits. Pretty good song too. And then there's one more. If y'all have never heard of this feller, I posted a community tab link with it long time back. Well, not a long time back, a few weeks back, and it's one of those songs that's like well, like it kind of just, you know, it says it tells the story of, like, you know, basically a young man who understands life as it is rather than as we all want it to be. So I'm gonna go grab that real quick. I'll be right back. Again, might fall off, I might not, but be right back. Um, go, go, Gosset, go, fucker. I did not say that. I said that. Share. What? There. And last but definitely not the least of my shares here, this is Dylan Gossett, song called Coal. And it comes down to one of the verses in the song that, you know, it, it it hits home for young men like me who are out there struggling in life and trying really hard to make a difference and be worth something, and are just, for some reason or another, just failing at it because of society or what have you. But the line that really I verify with, and you know, a lot of folks I would consider verify with, is if pressure makes diamonds, how the hell am I still coal? You know, it's basically, why am I not worth what I know I'm worth, what I've been fighting to become? And well, I don't know what to tell y'all. Reality is that's just what it is. Can't do nothing for it. So yeah, those three songs right there are my recommendations for, you know, part of your playlists or what have you. Dark Black Coal, Pitching Fits, and the song Coal. A lot of songs about coal out there. But you know, But this music right here, these are songs that like it. You know, I want them to grow legs in the community. I want us to be turning around and being like, something to give you a little bit of just when you right when you need it, that little added bit of gumption, that added bit of kick some ass and take some names with you. And these are not like super well known artists. They're well enough known, I guess, but they're not super well known. It's not like Toby Keith or Brooks and Dunn or uh, Eddie Van Halen or Ted Nugent or anyone like that. These are folks from pretty much now our time, and they're not that greatly well known, but they're singing songs about now, or at least songs that we should be able to verify with now and hold that validity in our hearts and a little bit of drive in your life to tell you, as bad as things are, it could be fucking a whole lot worse. And don't get me wrong, y'all seen how I woke up this morning. I wake up like that almost every morning. Sometimes it's not the case, but most of the time it is. I roll out of bed choking on my own lungs. I ain't got much life left, but damn it, I want to live that life. I want to enjoy it. I want that life that I've got left to actually mean something, even if it don't mean much. Kind of like the rest of my life. But anyways, you know what they say, life is cheap. So buy stock and ammunition. I mean, that's some fucking dark humor, but you get where I'm coming from with it. Uh, what was that song? It's kind of like nobody knew who what's his name, Oliver Anthony. Nobody knew who Oliver Anthony was until all of a sudden he came viral, like real viral. Well, that's what these people need. And not only that, but honestly, these gentlemen, these fine gentlemen, they deserve that. Even if it's, we don't necessarily have aligning political aspirations or political ideals, the gist of it, what the music is saying, I'm pretty sure anybody could talk on that one. Anybody could feel on that one. And these are songs that's come out years ago, but they didn't start ringing really heavily true for, especially for me, until recently. So Yeah, I wanted to put them out there and get them kind of some sort of notoriety, even if it's this just small, because I don't have that kind of influence, right? I'm not an influencer. I'm not anything special. I'm just a feller with a cell phone and an unwillingness to fall asleep. We'll call it that. A penchant for insomnia. Because the alternative is to wake up not breathing. And that's what killed my grandma. So, you know, and it was killing my dad before he ended up dying from alcohol poisoning and kidney and liver failure, all that. So I already know myself, my days are numbered. I'm good with it. And so, I says my days are numbered, but motherfuckers, I've been going at this for fucking damn near 20 years. So 21 years, actually. So like I says, my days may be numbered, but that ain't that constricted. Who knows? I might fucking fall asleep here in a few hours and wake up dead. You never know. You never fucking know. So try to survive. I mean, shit. Hmm. Barley and okay. Back through the chat real quick just to see what all everyone says and whatnot. Sam, good to see you. Welcome to the Freedom Forum. New face in the crowd. Or maybe not a new face. I don't know. I can't be certain. You got a piece of artwork as your icon, so I have no idea. Good Lord. It's just creeping up on me again. Swear to God, it's like every time I sit down in this fucking chair, man. Or I'll lay down. I end up getting sick. Makes it hard to breathe. Caffeine's wearing off, of course. Yep, here we go. I can taste the pennies in my mouth again. So, Sam, since you probably weren't here until just a couple of seconds ago, wanted to says that the links that are in the chat there are of 3 different songs that I have been listening to and I recommend very highly. First is Logan Halstead, Dark Black Coal. The second one is Drayton Farley, Pitchin' Fits. And the third one is Dylan Gossett, Coal. These three songs are they've been kind of, giving me the old liver punch every now and then, so to speak. Tell me I'm not crazy. I think I'm falling sick. I'm just pitching fits. I can't fucking remember all the words. Anyways, so yeah, there's only two real rules for the Freedom Forum. No bullying anybody in the chat or on panel, and no pornographic links or porn bombing the panel. Other than that, everything goes. You can cuss up a storm. You can talk all the shit you want. You can be an asshole if you want to. Just like I said, don't be bullying folks, and don't be posting pornographic links. Like I said, anything else goes. Like I said, this is the Freedom Forum. The only reason why I put that out there like that, because honestly, I don't fucking mind otherwise. I mean, me personally, I couldn't give a rat's ass less if you watch pornography. If you want to go and put that out there, that's up to you. I don't care. I don't personally like bullies, but that's beside the point. Some people just are that way. But the fact of the matter is that because of the way that the community is constructed, those two rules are the highest rules of the community standards, which is why everything else can go, but those two are no-goes. Those are like, you're done. Fuck up once, you're out. Everything else can go. Because if you hadn't noticed, I mean, Garrett's down there singing to himself. I mean, and me, I'm just pitching fits over here, so with this fucking heavy ass weight in my lungs. If any of you know where that reference comes from, you are a fucking legend. Because y'all know one of my favorite bands out there. Like, for serious. That's one of my absolute all-time favorite bands. For those of you who don't know or new to the channel, or new to the whole Freedom Forum, my name is Blaine. I am Ye Old Guardsman. And one of my favorite bands of all time, really, is the band The Heavy Horses. And that's one of their songs, actually. It's called Weight in My Lungs. So, yeah. Yeah, you're right. You're right on right there, Sam. So, like I said, if that's your disposition, you're going to fit right in here. You're going to love everybody here, because that's how we is. We don't like drama. We just like goofing around. We like having a good time. We We talk shit. We have a good time. We talk conspiracies. We talk chemistry. We talk physics. We talk all sorts of shit. So, like I says, don't feel like anything that would be off limits aside from specifically targeting individuals to be mean and posting pornographic links or coming onto the panel and swinging your dick around helicopter style like you Magic Mike or some shit. That will get you banned from my channel outright. Chuck. Goddamn. Man, you're one of the few motherfuckers I know you can literally sit there and freaking get a free month out of Verizon Wireless. Fuck. Anyways. Yep. That's about the only thing that will stop you from being here is being an asshole. You know, everything else goes. I've got nothing but love for everybody, and I've got a fair amount of patience. I'll surprise you with that. There's a young lady here on the interwebs that I personally do not agree with whatsoever, and me and her clash heads all the time. However, she is no longer blocked on my channel. Yet, it still comes to a situation of she's on thin ice. She's welcome to come back anytime she wants if she's going to be amicable. But she no longer has her Class A's because she screwed that up. And she did get blocked for a time. Hey, Huck, you know that don't fly here, son. Boy, you're a daisy if you do. Wow, you're no daisy. You're no daisy at all. Oh, good Lord. Damn pneumonia. It never leaves me alone. Oh, like I says, I tolerate a lot of shit, Sam. So, like I says, welcome. You're welcome to come by anytime, and you keep up that demeanor right and straight. Come around here again, and hang out for a little while. You're going to end up with a pair of Class A's yourself. So. Yeah, but Chuck, look, I understand that that's a loophole, but dude, you're not supposed to use it. Damn it. Especially like just had somebody new come into the chat and you're sitting here using the loopholes already. Goddamn. Sam's been in my chat before. And see, this is something I didn't even know, and that's surprising because are you sure of that, Gary? I probably have to go and look back, but yeah. Like I says, if I see your name often enough, you end up with a pair of Class A's just on a whim. Especially if somebody says to me, "Hey, homie don't have any freaking homie's not blue." Like, I'll be like, "Oh shit." Yes, I do. I look at chat all the time, Garrett. How would you think I don't know about it? I mean, let me put it this way. How would I know what you're saying if I don't look at chat, right? Are you sure? Are you smoking something that I don't know about there, Halls? He's having a Brandon moment. Well, anyways. So, yeah, y'all know him from Hawks. I mean, yeah. Um, well, Sam, if Hawk is okay with you, then that's saying some shit. All right. Like, I'll be serious on that one. All right. Because I know Hawk. Well, sort of. But I like to think I know Hawk well enough that, if he's all right with an individual, I could sit back and says, all right, I can trust you. I can trust you on my channel anyways. So tell you what, I'm gonna go out on a limb. This is one of those ones I don't normally do, just straight out the gate. But yeah, fuck it, because I am not an asshole. All right, exactly. I'm not an asshole. So respect your class A's. Do not abuse them. And you're more than welcome here in my little realm of possibilities, as it were. Yeah, Hawk doesn't like people using caps just because it's like, it looks too much like shouting, like you're trying to shout. But we both know you're not trying to shout. It's just hard to see in the lowercase font. So I understand where you're coming from. And I'm sure that, now Hawk understands where you're coming from. I mean, you remember first time you come around here, I was like, "What's with all the caps? Are you yelling at me? What's up?" And then he says, "No, I'm not yelling at you. I just can't read the shit." It's like, okay, no, I'm good with that. And it's just like with LSP. I mean not LSP, FSP. Yes, FSP. When I'm sitting there on his live stream, um, I will be kind enough to, if I'm talking directly to FSP, I will write in caps because I know it's easier for him to read. I appreciate that, Sam, because I don't trust people outright. All right. And my trust is one of those, if you lose it once, you will never get it back. So, all right, just be clear on that. If you lose it one time, you will never get it back. You might come in here with another name or whatever, another handle or whatever. But people have a knack for tripping over themselves and making themselves goof up. There's a reason why I know certain people are certain people, even though they change their handles. So, yeah. Yeah, I heard about that, Garrett. And allow me to just says this. I actually was a volunteer fire hand in Riverside for a short time. I cannot possibly fucking imagine what those people are going through. All right? In Lahaina, I cannot possibly imagine what they are going through. So, and that's coming from somebody who actually watched people's homes get burnt down, a whole fucking homeless encampment burnt to the ground. People died in there. You could smell the smell of the burning bodies, and still kind of taste it, really. But you know, now I want some coffee. Damn it! Fucking got me sitting here thinking about the fucking Riverside fires. You know, the Harupa fire. That's what I was in. I was one of the volunteers in the Harupa fires. So, I'm gonna go get me some coffee because obviously I can't get my mind off that shit now. Ain't it lovely? I try not to think about certain things just because they tend to trigger bad memories like that. That is kind of odd because when I was down there in the Harupa fires, we had a couple of houses that were painted blue, and they did not survive. And when I says blue, I mean freaking what was that one called? Pennyroyal. Yeah, that blue. So, and supposedly that's the one that's immune to, or really close to the one that's immune to the dew. You know, the Mountain Dew. Fucking. Oh my god. Y'all bear with me right quick. I gotta go and find me a knife. Yep. Damn flavored coffee is all I got left. So I'm sitting here having to scoop the old dead coffee out of the damn filter cup. Drinking a Coke, never do that. Tea for yeah. Yeah, maybe. Oh, yeah, so do I, actually. But it's one of those things where if it's not actual chocolate, it kind of weirds me out. And this is not natural chocolate. It's just, it's that flu freaking Starbucks crap. But, you know, it was free, so I can't be mad about it. It's this one. Toasted coconut mocha. Flavored ground coffee with other natural flavors. And, yeah, that's literally what I'm drinking. Because that's all as I got left. Can't afford to go down to the damn store and fucking buy milk. So, and I got $50 in my account. Allow that to blow your mind. Top, it's good to see you there, boss. Good to see you. Glad you came by. Yes, it's unnatural flavor. There's unnatural flavoring in this. Committed to 100% ethical coffee source. It says made without artificial flavorings right here on the bottom. I'll see here if I got the, there it is. If you would focus, you fuck. Yeah, right there. Made without artificial flavors. Oh, come on, you turd. Focus, you turd. Yeah, there you go. Made without artificial flavors, it says. Which is even worse, honestly. All right. So bear with me. I'm going to have to turn off the old mic for a second, because otherwise you're going to have the rumble fuck from the coffee. Yeah. Yep, I was muted. Actually, yeah, so guaranteed carcinogen. You know what else is a guaranteed carcinogen that nobody even thinks about? I mean, just straight out the fucking gate. I'm just going to come out here with it. One of the most guaranteed carcinogens out there. You drink it every single day if you're not stupid. You need it in order to survive. It's called water. Yeah. Funny enough, water. Regular old filtered fucking water is a carcinogen. Do you know why? I mean, it's a carcinogen that you normally piss out anyways, but funny enough, the reason why it's a carcinogen actually happens to do with a radioactive particle that cannot be filtered out of water. No matter what you do, it cannot be divided from water. And that particular particulate is a radioactive isotope of hydrogen. It's actually pretty well known, by the way. It's called tritium. reason why you cannot filter it out of water is because it is a radioactive isotope of hydrogen. Hydrogen is the base atomic structure for water. So, in other words, no matter what you do, you cannot filter it out. I mean, yeah, you could probably use a centrifuge or whatever to kind of, atomically separate it, but at the same time, it's just it's so much extra work for something that is so unlikely to cause you to have cancer. It's worthless. There's no reason to be doing it. However, funny enough, it is a well-known carcinogen. Oh, yes. That's another one there, Chuck. Water happens to be one of the most explosive chemical compounds known to mankind once it has been run through electrolysis. Because instead of being H2O, it's 2HO. If any of you know how that works, you get hydrogen and water out of a conflagration reaction. And it finally just breaks down to being nothing more than water. And it comes from water. So yeah. Really? You get on to Guns N' Roses, man. You better freaking send me a recording or something, I'm just kidding, Gary. I don't care, man. You have fun. That's what's important. Have fun. That's more important to me. In all honesty, is that you enjoy the time you got. Because, you know me, I've always been on the kind of doom and gloom train, but, that's just because I'm a realist. But at the same time, I want people to enjoy their lives because then that makes sense of the world. It makes sense of everything I've done. So, yeah, okay. Sort of. Okay. Chuck, because you got to remember, you got to use energy in order to create Brown's gas, and you have to use energy in order to conflagrate Brown's gas to become water again. So, right? Sully's a fucking crazy motherfucker, man. I love that guy. What day is it? Monday? Tuesday? Ah, well, fuck it. Let's party all night long. Sully's a fucking real fucking crazy motherfucker, though. You sort of know. like I said, you have to use energy in order to create it, and then energy in order to conflagrate it, and then so it's not a closed loop. You still have to have an input of energy, even if it's just to start the whole system. You still have to have an input, an original input of energy. Is this the same problem that we have with fusion reaction plants? Because fusion is supposed to be a self-sustaining reaction, nuclear reaction, but you still have to have something to start off the reaction. And the reason why fusion has not become a viable means of energy creation, energy generation yet, is because it takes more energy to start the reaction than the reaction itself releases. Yeah. Like I said, Sully's he's a character. That man makes me giggle. um all right, so yeah, like I said, you have to have what's called an initiation charge, Chuck. And that initiation charge is basically the 2 amp, or sorry, 2 volt, 200 milliamp that is necessary for water bifurcation. And then so yeah, you have to have an initiator. And that initiator is simply that 2 volt 200 milliamp, and that 2 volt 200 milliamp goes and splits the molecule that water is into its gaseous components. Those gaseous components then go get run through a motor or what have you in order to generate electricity. Okay, because I see what you're trying to do here, trying to make a closed loop system, and the problem with that is that the electricity generated can never equal the electricity used because of the energy density of whatever it is that you're trying to, so unfortunately that's the situation. All right, Sam, you have a good one. Hey, pray with me, Sam. As I lay me down to sleep, I pray the Lord my soul to keep. I'll park my truck across the street. And if it should roll before I wake, I pray the good Lord to throw on the brakes. Yeah, that's right. Yes. Well, Sully, you got to admit there's he does get results though. Okay. You know, he does get results. Even though, he's a control freak when it comes down to the stage, it just is what it is. He gets fucking good results. So, mm,
Yeah. But at the same time, I could understand why that would frustrate the shit out of a roadie. I've been on that side of it. Yeah, it frustrated the fuck out of me too. I didn't ever work for Godsmack, mind you, but the bands that I used to, small time for, they had there's a few folks out there that are just super control freaks and will go absolutely ape shit on you for one thing out of fucking place. So, yeah. Okay. What about when it's raining outside or when it's nighttime? Yeah, Chuck. Hey, like I said, man, he is a bit of an ass, but he's also, like I said, he gets results and he makes some good music. So it's toss up, man. I mean, yeah, nobody wants to deal with that kind of horseshit. Nobody wants to have to deal with a dickhead. Doesn't matter how fucking famous you are or infamous you are or what have you. If you're going to be a dick to the guys who work for you, they're not going to work for you for very long. So, you know, I understand where you're coming from with that. I mean, yeah, I didn't work as a roadie for the other motherfuckers, you know, for very long because, like I said, if you're going to be a dick to your roadies, they're not going to work for you for long. That's surprising, Garrett, because the man's Australian. So that's why I have that kind of, huh? Okay. Yeah. Like I said, he gets results. He does good music, but at the same time, from a roadie's perspective, if you're gonna be an asshole, people are not gonna want to work with you. So, well, but Garrett, that's kind of easy to do. I mean, everybody needs to be taking a stand across the fucking globe right now against the globalist elites and the people who want to take and fucking have you go and abort your baby so that they can turn around and make that motherfucker into schmeat. Fucking nasty motherfuckers. But yeah, he needs to, you know, it, I don't. I'm not gonna say that he doesn't like America. I just don't know personally. Okay. Aiden? No, I'm talking about Sully Myrna, not Aiden Christensen. Sully Myrna. So yeah, that's who I'm talking about. See, That's why I was like, no, he's Australian. Anyways. Oh, Adreno. Yeah, no. I wasn't talking about the adrenochrome fuckers. I was talking about the nasty motherfuckers that turn around, take aborted fetuses and turn them into nutrient soup in order to feed the fucking the lab vats so that they can produce lab grown ground beef. Y'all wonder why I have trouble with buying ground beef. It's Soylent Purple, exactly. Yeah, I can get that, Garrett. And there's a reason why it never made the news. And if you watch Sky News Australia, you'd know why. Because even Sky News Australia censors what they say about their own country. They'll fucking report on America all you can believe. But when it comes down to Australia now, they're real tight-lipped about that shit. The reason being, in Australia, you don't necessarily have the right to have an opinion about the government. At least according to their laws. I'm not saying according to basic human rights, civil rights. No, I'm just talking about Australian law. You don't necessarily have the right to have an opinion about the government. You can have an opinion about the government, but you're supposed to keep that opinion to yourself. If you go and you make it public, then you're going to get canceled. You're going to get, suppressed. You're going to get sequestered into a little tiny box in the fucking corner. Actually, I would say this to Chuck. You see more looking into your neighbor's mirror than you do looking into your own backyard. Because you could see what's happening in your backyard from the neighbor's mirror. That's the analogy would be perfect for this one. Sky News Australia doesn't have any reason to have any political agenda or political alignment because they're an Australian media company versus America's media companies, which we all know are fucking corrupted to the core. And yeah, there's alternative media sources out there that are also just as fucking corrupt. And you can see it in the way that they spread their rhetoric, the way that they talk their party line or what this, that, or the other. So yeah, there's a reason why I says, Sky News Australia, Next News Network, conservative blog, what's that one? Ruskevyats. It's a Russian reporting news agency in Russia. They don't talk anything about Russia. They talk about America. So, and then what was the other one? Fucking running out of battery already. So yeah, Top, you do see more looking into your neighbor's bathroom than if you weren't. Sick bastard. Oh yeah, that's the other thing there. Every Aussie, like, regular old Aussie I've ever met, has told me straight to my face, if you give up your Second Amendment right, we are all going to die. Horribly, painfully, slowly. So don't. And I can says it from a field of experience. Our country is already gone. We've already lost our rights. Most of you guys don't realize it. The few of you that have never been in trouble with the law, this, that, or the other, or been accused of being a danger to self or others at some point in time, you don't realize it. But the whole NFA, that was an unlawful reduction of rights, which means that the Second Amendment no longer exists in any capacity because that particular piece of legislation exists. And they have not negated it, even though, and I'm going to point this straight out the fucking gate to you guys, all right? Even though Bruin came down and said anything that was not, existent during 1791 when this particular amendment was written and ratified into Congress, if it didn't exist then, it doesn't fucking exist. It's not law. You don't have to adhere to it. Well, guess what? The Baker Act was not written in 1791. The NFA was not written in 1791. The FFA was not written in 1791. But these fucking laws are still enforced in our country, and people allow it. So that's why I don't have a firearm, because I can never get one, because we allow the ATF to regulate, meaning the newer connotation of regulate, to allow a certain flow. They regulate the amount of arms and ammunition and to who it may go to. Which means the Second Amendment does not fucking exist. Because let me put it plain and clear to you. If the Second Amendment existed in its affirmation, I personally would have my own Car 15 paratrooper model, not SCAR, CAR, CAR 15, para. That's the folding stock, SBR, the 3-point sling with the drum mags and the freaking fun switch on it. Yeah, I would have that. Have you ever seen me show that off? So, yeah, it's already been challenged through Bruin, through what's it? Bard v. Bonta, through Maybury versus Madison. There's a lot of different laws that have already challenged this outright and straight up negated it. And yet it is still enforced and still held as a legal ramification, a legal law that we may use in order to screw the fucking public out of their individual American rights. So, don't tell me that the game isn't rigged, because I walked through that. I lived it. Y'all fucking hear this shit on the news. Y'all hear this shit of, oh, well, these people, you know, we can't let crazy people and we can't let criminals and we can't let this, that, and the other. But I beg you, learn your fucking history, because the founding fathers were felons. Outright. In fact, they were the highest order of felon, by the very nature that they created the nation we now live in. And they're the ones who wrote the fucking Second Amendment. You heard that correctly. Our founding fathers were felons of the highest order. They committed treason against their own country to create the United States. So, in a nutshell, any law repugnant to the United States Constitution is no law and should be treated as such. Marbury versus Madison. No law concerning arms of any kind may be imposed upon an individual of the American citizenry that was not previously in existence during the ratification of the Second Amendment. There were no laws against having arms and ammunition of any kind, up to and including artillery and naval cannon, in 1791. Non-violent felons. Here's the thing, though. Do you know what treason is considered? Treason is considered to be a violent felony. Even if that treason is a fucking spoken word. It's considered to be a violent felony. So do tell. How is any of that law constitutional? Our founding fathers would have been hung, drawn and quartered, and then beheaded. Their body parts sailed to the four corners of the globe and then placed in a gibbet to show off had we lost the war. So I wanted to make it very fucking abundantly clear. Any gun control legislation is repugnant to the Constitution and the definitions laid down by the Second Amendment and SCOTUS, according to Bruin. So, yeah. It's outright. It's an outrage. And the very fact that people are not up in arms over it, and when I say up in arms, I'm not talking about going and buying guns. I'm talking about fucking literally running them sons of bitches out on a rail, and I'd be more than happy to fucking supply the 4x4. I've got it sitting out in the back fucking yard. Yeah. I'm well read on all of that. And here's the fucked up funny thing. I'm going to expose the secret of all secret societies. You know what that secret is? Nothing is secret. God's honest fucking truth. That's the secret of all secret societies. Nothing is secret. I don't give a fuck. Really, Chuck, I don't care. Like I said, I just said the big deal of the biggest deal that you're not supposed to say as a Mason or as a Knight of Columbus or as anything else, Elks or Kiwanis or any of those. The one thing you're not supposed to tell is the secret. And that secret is that nothing is secret. I mean, come on, it's not fucking rocket science. We all know that nothing is fucking secret. God damn. I mean, come on. That's the secret. Nothing is secret. Well, then it's not a secret. So, guess it's not a secret society then, is it? Because there's nothing secret about it. They're not secretive. There's nothing secret there. It's just like, fuck. Yeah, to have a secret no one else can know. That's the whole point of a secret. Here's the thing. If everybody knows what the fucking secret is, it's no longer a secret. So there you go. That's the big fucking secret. There is no secret. Fucking crazy how that works, huh? I've known so many different people from so many different secret societies, so called. All right. It's all the same. It's all the fucking same secret society, pretty much, because it's all the same secret. There is no secrets. It's pretty much hidden in plain sight. That's right. That's exactly it. That's how these people operate. They hide shit in plain fucking sight. That's the actual translation of all of that. Is that there is no secrets, which means that, you know, it's so blatantly out there that people will ignore it because it's blatant. Basically, it's like, you know, Mama doesn't want little Johnny to find her vibrator, so she leaves it on top of her fucking chest of drawers in the stack of lipstick. It's literally right fucking there, but you wouldn't know it's sitting there. I mean, it's a hell of a fucking analogy, but seriously, it works. It's like, that's why we get all of this noise, all of this media noise, is to basically block out through interference, mind you, the things they don't want you to know. So, yeah, like people putting vodka in water bottles, like my dad used to do. He'd literally fucking put vodka in a water bottle and then draw an X on the top with a circle on it. Yeah. It's basically magic, misdirection and speed. As long as you're looking at me really closely, you can't see the sleight of hand. That's my point. The closer you look, the less you actually see. And that is why I take a long fucking way back step and watch from the background. I let other people go out there and do their doobly-doo and diddly-dod. And I just sit back and go, oh, well, that makes sense. That's interesting. Okay, this doesn't make any fucking sense, so I'm just going to discard that. But I will keep it in the background just in case it's proven out to be right and correct. But at the same time, it's one of those things that's being run as the mainstream point of everything, so I don't give a fuck about it. Congressional hearing in late June with the whistleblower, two military pilots that say that the government has its UFOs and alien bodies. Yeah. That one was one of those, look, you fuckers, I know that what this is all misdirection. All right. And for those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, this is the comment right here that I'm talking about. It's all fucking misdirection at this point. We've known for decades, that alien life is not only a possibility, but a probability within our very own fucking stellar backyard. Okay? But that being said, for decades, they have denied what scientists everywhere, and I mean fucking real scientists, not these schlups that they get to fucking go and says their expert opinion on shit, but the people who are actually sitting there looking at the fucking data and making their hypotheses and then experimenting to prove or disprove their hypotheses, and then coming back to it later on and going, okay, well, this hypothesis has been proven, or this hypothesis has been disproven, or, you know, this hypothesis is still viable but has not been proven completely, you know, things like that. These are the real scientists. Whereas we need to separate the word scientist from expert. Okay? No scientist is an expert in anything, ever. No expert is a scientist, because an expert is a drip under pressure, or was a drip under pressure. A scientist is somebody who sits there and analyzes the data, creates a hypothesis, creates an experiment to prove or disprove that hypothesis, and then repeats that experiment in order to make sure that that hypothesis can be proven or disproven, and that those proofs are sound. That's called the scientific method. So, anyways, that it did not do that. Goddamn fucking bullshit. Yeah, believe nothing you hear and 10% of what you see. True. That's a really skeptical way of looking at it. I would put it this way. Trust that which you verify. All other things, be suspicious of. Yeah, if you have actual intel, you know, intelligence briefings and stuff like that, and you were to go and expose that intelligence, you'd get your door kicked in and you'd be dead before you even got your second word out. I don't know if you realize this, but there are FBI and CIA interdiction units who live on your fucking block. Live on your block. So, and that should be common knowledge information. You have met a CIA agent, you have met an FBI agent, you have met a fucking NSA agent, in your everyday life within the past 6 months. And I guarantee it, even if you're an introvert like me, to the point where the only reason why you go outside is to go to the fucking grocery store if there's an emergency where you have to go and rescue innocent lives. It's literally that fucking, if you're like that within the past 6 months, you have had dealings with these people. You have had interactions with these people. So don't try to tell me that I never dealt with the CIA. I never deal with the FBI. I avoid them people. That you don't. They live right fucking next door to you. They live right down the street from you. You pass by them every day in the grocery store. No. Those in government have been using billions of dollars to reverse engineer UFO technology for decades in black project programs with no oversight or accountability. That could be questioned, but I'm not gonna. Wet working people. Yes, wet work people. Big scandal in American history, possibly human history. Well, I would argue that there's one that's bigger, but yeah, we don't want to pay attention to that one. You know what's funny? Everybody thinks that, you know, a CIA agent is going to be one of those people that's, the shades on, nice suit with the tie and all of that stuff, and the clean black slacks with the loafers and all that, or it's the nerdy dude with the freaking taped up Coke bottle lenses with the pens in his pocket and the big old buck teeth and cool, man. Look at the little laser beam king cannon and whatnot. Funny enough, no, they don't blend well enough. They don't. Those are the kind of people that stick out like a sore fucking thumb. The ones that actually blend really fucking well, those are the ones you got to worry about. The people who you would not normally even think to look at. The homeless fucker sitting outside of the fucking local grocery store with his hand out going, "Spare some change for food. Have a heart, man. Spare some change for food." More than likely, that motherfucker's actually CIA. It's the people you would never look at. The people who you're not going to remember their face. You're not going to remember what they look like because it's just not important. Those are the ones that you need to worry about. Because it's specifically because of those qualities that they're recruited into that shit. It's the unassuming old lady walking around with a freaking grocery shopping cart out in public, walking around, turban wrapped around her head or whatever, sari or whatever, or, the neckerchief or whatever wrapped around the top of her head and looks like just an old crony lady. If you followed her back to her fucking, without being spotted, mind you, and it's really fucking hard for anybody who's ever been trained by, Quantico. You follow them back to wherever they're going. It's intensely fucking scary. And I'll say this because I've actually done this. I got the Quantico driving handbook. It's kind of like one of those, you find it in a yard sale, you pick that motherfucker up because you'll never see it again. Yes, I got one of those. That's one of the reasons why I'm such a hell of a driver myself. And I found out some of the other little tidbits and hacks and this and that and the other, how to look like you're not. Okay. I mean, let me put it this way. I know how to look like Joe Redneck. I also know how to look like Joe City Boy. Let that blow your fucking mind. And it would only take a slight change in my appearance to do so. Different ball cap. Lose the shirts. The pants are fine. They don't really throw off that much of a vibe, but you know, camo pants, whatever. Just swap out for like some tight jeans, which I fucking hate tight jeans, but whatever. And turn my ponytail into a man bun. Like that, I'm no longer Joe Redneck. Change my tone, my talking tone, from being, you know, me says what I says to me saying things more succinctly with a little bit more enunciation, and I'll trip you right out, brother. I might actually blow your mind. Y'all heard? This is what I mean by what I says. You think you know who is CIA or who is NSA or who is FBI, but that's the funny thing. You don't. Um, Lawrence, good to see you. But yeah, as I was saying, you think you know, you don't. A lot of the homeless fuckers on the side of the road are just that. They are homeless. That son of a bitch that you followed back to the Mercedes Benz, who got into the Mercedes Benz and drove away, he's not a scam artist. Mm-mm. Even a scam artist knows better than to fucking go and pull that shit. They're not going to walk back to their Mercedes Benz and drive away. They will walk the fuck back to their house. And then, when you're done following them around, then they'll go pick up their fucking Mercedes. Or their Bentley. Or their fucking Honda Civic, which is more likely to be what a scam artist is driving. So let's be clear. What's going to throw up red flags when you're a scam artist? Expensive vehicles. New vehicles. So, like I says, if you follow this person who's been walking around holding a fucking sign, says, oh, well, you know, homeless, need help, or, you know, the homeless veteran, or this, that, or the other, and then they walk themselves back to their vehicle, which so happens to be a Mercedes-Benz 350 MS or MLG or SMG. I think it's MLG, but yeah, you walk, you know, you just follow them around and they go back to their Mercedes Benz or whatever. That's not a fucking homeless person, nor is that a scam artist. That's a Fed. Just so you know, it's almost fucking scary how easy it is to spot these people, and yet how hard it is to recognize what you're seeing. Just because of how well these people are trained to do things. I mean, let me put it this way: one of the most beautiful aspects of learning this stuff from, the Quantico handbooks and from the fucking the what we call background research, is that you realize that the most useful method for surveillance is the one method you would never think anybody would be willing to stoop to. And that is getting all dressed up in rags and tatters and going and jumping into a fucking stinky ass dumpster and rolling around for 5 minutes so they get the smell on them. And then going and sitting out there on the street corner with a fucking cardboard sign while they're sitting there watching what the fuck is going on in the world, not really giving a rat's ass until somebody pulls up and hands them cash, right? Then they take the cash, that thank you very much, have a nice day, thank you so much, God bless you, this, that, and the other. And then they go back to just sitting there and watching the rest of the world. Okay? Believe it or don't, I learned that trick from watching an undercover cop. I've always had a knack for being able to spot undercover cops just because they act a little bit differently than a Fed. Just a tiny bit differently than a Fed. Especially when they're undercover like that. They're just a little more jumpy. They are they're less smooth with it, I'd say. And when somebody's really paying attention, they're not paying attention to the people who are paying attention to them, which inevitably gets them caught. So, of course, it takes somebody with the kind of background and knowledge that I have to be able to do that sort of thing, but you got to understand, that's a normal tactic these people use. They'll fucking sit out there on a fucking dirty, grungy ass blanket that they pulled out of a dumpster while they were rolling around in that motherfucker with a bunch of tattery rags on, just so that you will leave them the fuck alone and walk down the street because you're like, oh, well, get away from me, you useless son of a bitch, bum. Won't even go get a fucking job and all that shit. Get away from my nice clothes. Get away from my nice fucking shoes. Get away from my nice things because you're nasty. They want that. That's the truth of it. Regular old homeless folks, they don't want that. They do want to be left the fuck alone just like any other American, sure. But they don't want that, if you know what I mean. They don't want you to sit there and give them the stink eye and the hate-filled get a job, you fucking piece of garbage. You walk past. They don't want that. That hurts the soul. But when you're a cop and you're just you're doing this shit in order to keep an eye on the fucking operation that's going on, it doesn't matter anymore. And those are the subtle hints that I'm talking about. Those are the little tells. The ones where they no longer care that you spat at their feet. They no longer care that you called them a slob. They no longer care that you told them to go get a fucking job and to keep the fuck away from you because they stink. The ones who sit there and just go, what the fuck ever are you gonna do about it, asshole? Those are the ones that I watch more closely. The ones who blow it off like it's nothing. Those are the ones you watch more closely. Because, to be fair and honest, a person who is homeless and in that stinky situation doesn't want to be there. They don't want to live like that. They just don't have very many other choices. You know, when I was completely fucking homeless and I was literally living on my own with nobody else there to help me out, I would go and I'd spend $10 at the fucking local park or whatever to go and take a shower. Let that fucking blow your mind. I'd spend $10 on a single fucking shower because I didn't want to stink. You know, it didn't matter that I was in tattered clothing or whatever. What? Fuck it. Whatever. You know, it's clothes. It's keeping me from my dick swinging in the fucking wind. But the difference is that I didn't want to stink. I didn't want people to look at me with that kind of, you know, that look on their face. Just that there's a difference. I didn't want people to look at me with pity. I didn't want people to look at me with an aura of you disgusting thing, stay away from me. So I would keep my body clean. I'd keep my clothes in, you know, somewhat of a clean format, although the clothes really didn't matter. My body did. My underwear did. My undershirt did. But everything else didn't fucking matter. All right? The boots, they'd be fucking tattered and fucking just falling apart. Fucking pants, holes everywhere. Fucking shirt, sleeves are falling off the motherfucker. The damn hem is all in tatters. Looks like I'm walking around in something that, you know, I pulled out of a dumpster just 10 minutes ago. That's what I'm talking about here. Okay? Doesn't matter the appearance, matters the smell and the way they respond to you when you give them that kind of a look or that kind of a you know, because at the end of the day, nobody who is in that situation wants to be in that situation. Even the guys that are in that situation because they chose to be there because they wanted to be left the fuck alone. They didn't want the fucking goddamn sit there and have to spend thousands of dollars every year on fucking taxes just to be left alone and to not be fucking ridden by the government like a damn rented mule. You know, and that's why they're homeless. Even those people, they don't want to stink. They don't want you to look at them any different. They just want to live their lives. Whereas Fed, he wants you to look away. He wants you to walk past and scrunch your nose up and go, hey, fucking disgusting bastard. Because he doesn't want you to look that closely at him. He doesn't want you to think, oh, wait, something's off about that guy. You can always tell the fucking difference. There's the homeless fuckers that are actually homeless, whether it be from drugs or from life itself or from just destiny. And then there's the motherfuckers that want to have you walk past, want you to not pay attention. Those are the ones to pay attention to closely. Because 9 times out of 10, they're feds. The 10th time, they're a Minuteman. I joke, but you get my point. You know, it's a matter of I don't want you to look at me. I don't want you to fucking stand here and be, you know, up my ass. I don't want you to be that fucking close to me and be, you know, in my business because I'm in the middle of an operation. Stay the fuck back and sort of shit like that. The stench is a fucking big factor. And it's, you know, YouTube sitting here, you know, kicking people off of my stream like as if I'm giving away any kind of great secrets or something. this shit's fucking common sense, man. Let me be clear. The only effective cover, as far as, we're talking being undercover, the only effective cover is one that is not scrutinized too closely. That's the only effective cover there is. Really want to learn about that, you do your research on espionage, watch your movies, watch your freaking documentaries on the CIA and the NSA and the OSS and all that shit. Learn about history, and you'll find out that what I'm talking about is founded in real history. It's founded in real shit, not this foo-foo bunny crap of fantasy world. Like, oh well, your cover is a fucking business magnate that has investments in multiple companies around the world and this, that, and the other, super agent, this, that, and the other thing like that. No, that's not a fucking agent. That's somebody who stands out like a sore thumb. So yeah, that's not an agent. Matter of fact, what the different security firms call that is a liability. So yeah, no. The cover, the best cover is one that is not scrutinized closely. What is the one goddamn thing out there that you really don't want to sit there and be, picking through threads, if you know what I'm saying? Fucking really looking closely at that ID. Is it real? Is there the freaking laser mark? Okay, yeah, it's homeless people. It's the folks with the brand new cars that look like they belong in the fucking slums, somewhere's in the hood, banging like that, driving around in a brand fucking new Escalade or a brand fucking new Ford F-150. I want to think about that. New cars just blatantly say, I'm law enforcement. That's what they do. That's what new cars do. Especially to me, if you're driving around in a brand fucking new car and you don't have, a job background that specifically denotes that this is the kind of car you should be driving. In other words, you are not A rapper, B, a freaking business magnate with a chauffeur. Let's be clear, a fucking chauffeur, because otherwise it's just bullshit. Or thirdly, one of them country boys with them lifted fucking cars, lifted cars, lifted trucks or whatever on the fucking 88s and fucking, 15-inch lift and shit like that. Well, yeah, it's kind of fucking blatant. Or for that matter, the car is leased. I will outright ask people, you leasing this car? And if it's on lease, then I go, oh, okay. Yeah, you're civilian. Up here. That's what goes through my mind is, oh, yeah, you're a civilian. You're not even a fucking CIA agent. You're not an agent of any kind. You're a civilian, Joe Blow, basically. You fucking work a regular ass job every day of your life, have no ties to any kind of government agency whatsoever. If you drive an older vehicle, say, but not old, not fucking super antiquity or classic car, but instead, semi-classic or we'll put it this way. Anything that's old enough to be considered a rust bucket, but not old enough to be considered a one-of-a-kind rust bucket. Okay? That's what I'm talking about. Those people, more than likely, are your average fucking Joes that are just going to work, trying to pay the bills, trying to make ends meet, have absolutely no ties to any kind of government whatsoever, have absolutely no ties to any kind of law enforcement whatsoever. They're nobodies. The people who have all these nice and fancy new cars and shit like that, they make me wonder. They make me sit back and go, fuck. You're a Fed. You're a Fed. You're a Fed. Like that. No, you're a fucking cop. Like, you are this business magnate, or you are a drug dealer. Because funny shit is, most drug dealers don't drive around in some fucking fancy ass Escalade. They drive around in a damn jalopy. So let's be clear. Anybody who's worth their weight as far as being a drug dealer is concerned knows expensive cars get you caught. And there too, anybody who's ever worked as an undercover agent of any kind knows that anything that stands out, and I mean anything at all, it can get you killed. So, yeah, I know what to look for. I know what the small little factors are, the little tiny bits that you wouldn't normally think of. Because I'll put it this way. Government plates, yeah, they exist and all that shit, but normally that's somebody's personal vehicle for the to and from work, or it is a government vehicle specifically for a governmental task. And that's so blatant that they would not do that when they are on an undercover op or stuff like that, working in an effort of undercover law enforcement, what have you. You're not going to see those kinds of license plates. They're not going to be that blatant about it. The ones that are actively trying to get themselves caught to act as a distraction. So, the ones that you do see like that are just like, they're trying to act as a distraction. Look for the ones that aren't like that. Look for the ones that stand out, but not so blatantly it's like, sitting there bouncing its tits in your face, It stands out because, well, this person's got, a brand new 2023 Escalade or some shit like that. They don't exist, mind you. I'm just making a goofball ass fucking comparison. It just vehicles that don't make any sense. And then, of course, there's the final portion of it. The way they walk. And to an extent, some people emulate this, even though, they're not in law enforcement anymore, or they're not in the military anymore, or, things like that. So you'll see it every now and then of a situation where you see people that look like it, but it's not the case. But more often than not, these people that, have that specific kind of walk, that kind of demeanor, are law enforcement, are former military, are, in the military at that moment, or are federal agents of some capacity or another. And it comes right down to the way they walk. You'll notice, like, the difference between the way a fucking hood motherfucker walks and the stiff broomstick sitting fucking goose step that you would normally see from a Marine. It's that kind of night and day. That's what I'm talking about. You ever seen somebody walking through the hood? They're normally holding their pants up by the belt loops or something, or by their belt, and that, or they just got their hand on their belt, walking up, looking all sauntered and saucy, like, yeah, and like, what's up, motherfucker? I'll knock your shit in. What's up? But they've got that kind of walk to them. They got that slump to their shoulders, that kind of, like, that strut, versus the way this person walks is unnatural. The way that a Fed walks is unnatural. Out fucking right. It's just unnatural. You look at it and you're like, what the hell, man? Did that dude sit on a thumbtack or something? It looks like he's got a fucking nail squeeze between his butt cheeks, or that kind of stiff kind of walk is what I'm talking about. And you can tell right out the gate, like, that fucking Fed, man. You just get this weird feeling. Yeah, Top, we know you're a prance. I joke, but you know what I'm saying. But yeah, you just know it by when you see these people. It's almost fucking blatant. You could just tell they've got that kind of, just that little bit of background to them, where no, that one's faking it. That one has training. That dude's from the hood and is actually from the fucking hood, and you can tell the difference by the comfort and how they're walking when they have that kind of strutty saunter, versus the uncomfortable strut. And you could always tell the difference when somebody's trying to act versus when somebody's real deal into it. And this is why it is so fucking hard to run a psyop as a Minuteman. Because you have to actually fucking believe it yourself, or you're going to get caught and you're going to get killed. That's how detailed you have to be with it. You actually have to fucking believe it yourself. Which means that it's so believable that everybody thinks it's real. It's kind of a sad fact. It's true, though. It sucks, man, because, once you do it one time, nobody trusts you again. Ever. I understand that, and then it fucking hurts me. The fact that I even had to do it myself just because somebody threatened someone's life. It's like, it did kind of hit me right in the feels, because it's not who I am. That's not the way that that's not the way I roll. I'm not going to talk about it. I'm just going to do it. You know, that's actually the way I roll when I have to ride like that. I'm not talking about it. I'm not telling fuck all to anybody. It's just going to get done. And you'll never even know it was me because I won't even, it's like I never existed in the first place. That's why, in a nutshell, I fucking don't do that shit like that. You know, I don't go fucking telling people what I'm going to do. If I tell you something about, you know, something dire, oh, I'm gonna fucking kill this dude, or I'm gonna do that or the other, don't believe me. Do not fucking believe me whatsoever. Just gonna be honest with you there. Don't fucking believe me. Because I'm not gonna tell you the truth about that one. I'm not gonna tell you truthfully, I'm gonna go and fucking kill this person. No, it's not gonna happen. If I says that, then that pretty much means I want you to believe that. And if I want you to believe that, then there's a fucking damn good reason for it. You can put fucking money on that one. But yeah. About the only thing I'll fucking ever lie about is wanting to kill somebody. Because I don't want to kill anyone. Never have, never will. Never wanted it in my entire life. There have been times I wanted to beat the ever-loving dog snot out of somebody, but that being said, I'm one of those people who realizes it in my heart more so than in my mind. And I realize it really well in my mind, mind you. That you cannot learn a lesson if you're dead. It's kind of like, you know, those loan sharks can't pay a man back if you got a broken arm, broken leg, and a fucking messed up back. Or if you're dead for that matter, you can't pay the guy back. So what's the point in hurting the person? You'll never get your money. It's pretty much the same thing as it with a loan shark in that respect. Nothing good comes of it. Yeah, nothing good comes of it with you being dead. You're not going to learn a single thing. And that's what I want everybody to do, is to learn, to contribute, to be part of, to better the country that we live in so that it's not such a shithole. Let's be fucking honest and clear with ourselves. It's a fucking shithole. We didn't make it this way, but damn it, we can fix it. We have the technology. Makes you wonder, don't it? Yep. I need to stop sitting. I need a cigarette myself. Again. Yes. I have fucking walking pneumonia. If I'm not up moving around, it is brewing in my lungs. So I need to get up and move around. Have me a cigarette or something. In the interim, I'm going to turn on the camera so it doesn't look like you're looking up my nose while I step outside. Or looking at a black screen while I step outside. Ouch! Because I'm not turning the lights on. It is 1:30 in the morning where I'm at. So I don't want to be going pissing off my neighbors too much. I don't need the rifle. I got my pistol on me. Alright, I'm going to go have me a cigarette. And Houdini, you're going to stay inside. Nein, du Stoffer. I said so. That's right. I'm sleeping, son. Das ist best. Alright, so. Why? Goddamn rat bastards. I fucking hate having a rat infestation here. So anyways, you know, I could literally run a master class in spotting fucking undercover cops, undercover agents for that matter. Now, the question is, it's a question of ethics, you know, with all the information I've already given up to you, you know, at the same time. I do that in good faith that my fellow Americans are not going to go out there and, you know, use it to harm police officers who are actively doing a damn good job. Now, that being said, I do not approve of a tyrant in a tin badge. So I'll be clear. I don't give a fuck if you're a red coat or a blue coat. To me, if you're going to go and steal from the American people, you don't deserve it. I don't care what the fuck you think about that badge. Stealing from Americans is wrong. Because you were sworn to sit there and protect American lives, just as I was. The difference is, you're also sworn to uphold the law and enforce it, whereas I am sworn to protect the rights of the American citizens and the lives of Americans around my general vicinity. So that's our main difference. Main being the operative word. There's other differences. But as a Minuteman, you know, that's literally where it comes down to. It's my duty to protect the rights and well-being, rather, life and well-being of American citizens within my general vicinity. Which is supposed to be what a cop's supposed to do, but they don't fucking give a shit about that. They care only about enforcing the law. Because that's the flip side of it. That's also their job, is to enforce the law above and beyond, you know, the effects of the Constitution. Yes. Weak army and femmen's, yeah. That's what they want. Because it's easier to conquer a nation of women and children than it is to conquer a nation of armed men. You see, I always put emphasis of arms on an armed mind more so than an arm, more so than effects of weapons. Having a brain in your cranium, having a head on your shoulders means more. See, I was brought up in a semi-military household, I'll say. My dad worked as a civilian contractor for the United States Navy, building Tomahawk missiles and Trident missiles for our submarines. And my granddad was in the Navy, United States Navy Seabees. So I grew up with just enough of a modicum of, straighten up and fly right sort of shit, and be a man sort of thing. Not what you want, but what you have to do. If I did what I wanted, I'd be on Mars right now. Or I'd be out exploring the cosmos. I wouldn't be sitting here, growing old on planet Earth. Let's be very clear. My aspirations in life were always to be either a combat soldier or an explorer. I wanted to be a Navy SEAL, actually. That's what I wanted. It did not happen for me, and it's not going to happen for me. So that's one of the reasons why I have to point out to you, I don't live in a fantasy world. I don't let my fantasies control my reality. And specifically because, decades of experience, I guess you'd say, in all reality. The world is not a fucking friendly place. It is trying to kill you at all times. How you respond to that, how you negotiate that, that's what defines you. I mean, yeah, you call it out, you're a conspiracy theorist. You're a fucking lunatic. You're an unstable individual, an extremist. You're out there, doing the evil things, hurting people and this, that, and the other because you're one of those evil gun owner things. Those evil gun owner right-wing extremists. Because you call them out for their stupid. Yeah, sorry. There is nothing extreme about what I am saying. I'm not going and burning down buildings. I'm not going and spraying spray painting fucking letters on a damn bridge underpass. I just simply ain't fucking letting people walk on me. I mean, it is literally tattooed on my fucking shoulder in Latin. Non calculabit super me. Do not tread on me. I mean, there's a reason why I put that there. Why I had that fucking written into my arm in blood. It's because of all the things I believe passionately about. There's a couple things I'll take to my grave. One of those things is it's not worth the energy you expend to try and step on my neck. Don't step on Schnick. You know? Yeah, I'm actually not a Trumper. I mean, to an extent, yeah, but still, I'm not what you would be calling your basic Trumper. Nor am I a never Trumper, for that matter. I support Mr. Trump in the respect that I know that what he did as a president was actually be a president versus whatever the fuck that thing is in office now. But still, I'll always point out to you that any man who stands against the Second Amendment to the United States Constitution is my enemy, outright and blatantly. Until they choose to backpedal and says, wait a minute, no, you're right. It is an American right. Not only is it an American right, it's a human right. A basic fucking human right. The ability to defend yourself against somebody trying to take away from you the very fundamental thing that was gifted to you by your parents and by your creator. So yeah. If it's your choice to try and take my life, well, then it's my choice to try and defend it. And I have the right to that choice. You know, that's why I do have a little bit of ought with Mr. Trump. Mind you, this is coming from somebody who Mr. Trump actually fucking, through his actions or what have you, allowed to be, how would I says it, a functioning member of society rather than be thrown in a fucking jail cell. So, you know, like I said, I'm not a Trumper, but I'm not a never Trumper. I'll stand behind the man. Hell, I'll stand in front of the man. I'll put it that way. I'll stand in front of him. So you got to go through me first. But I expect to be treated with the same respect. I'm very adamant on that. I have not been treated with that same respect. So, you know, it's kind of a toss up for me. Maybe not for everybody, but for me, it is kind of a toss up. It's like, well, Trump is he's night and day opposite from fucking Biden's dumbass, but at the same time, his last presidency left a couple of things to be desired. That being said, you got to do what you got to do with what you've got. So again, I'm not hateful or spiteful of the man, but I cannot condone any attempt against the Second Amendment, no matter how small or how great. You stand against the Second Amendment, you stand against the American people. It's that simple. Because the American people are literally they're literally named in the Second Amendment. Yeah, that, like I said, Garrett, I'd be the first one to fucking box up Biden's ears, but again, it's a matter of neither one of them stood for the Second Amendment. I'll be outright fucking, just straight up with you on that. Neither one of them stood for that. That's appalling, in my opinion. You're president of the United States of America, the one country in the world where it is an intrinsic human right to go about your day armed. So, yeah. And you want to stand against that? I mean, no, I can't condone it. I'm sure I'm going to get some hate from that, but I understand. I forgive you. I forgive you for hating, for not liking what I have to say about it. I understand. It's not pretty. It's not something that, anybody wants to hear. But it's real. I'll put it this way. If I were to be president of the United States, there are two things that I would do immediately. One, I would call for the Congress to introduce legislation and put it in front of me that entirely negates all gun control in any manner or any shape or form. And two, well, I would request that Congress also put a bill in front of me that puts America first. So, in my opinion, Trump's got one half of the equation 100% correct. But again, there's that flip side of it. That one piece that is important to every individual American citizen. It's something that cannot be denied. And the moment that you go trying to negate that piece of, fundamental importance that every American citizen considers to be a basic human right, you go pulling that shit. I can't endorse it. I just can't. I want to. I want to sit there and be like, yeah, so what? He's not so much for the fucking Second Amendment, but no, let's be serious. Let's be plain and simple. If you are not going to uphold the amendments to the United States Constitution as if they were as fundamental as the Constitution itself, then you are not my president. I would say that the Constitution itself, the Bill of Rights is more important than some compromise that you might make in order to endear yourself to both sides of the political aisle. It is. It's not pretty, but it is what it is. Hey there, Seymour Cannabis. Right now, I'm having a smoking toke. Smoking a cigarette and talking about our future. If we're going to have one. I'll put it this way. If Mr. Trump is elected and he chooses to stand for the Second Amendment, I will place myself in between him and any individual who means to do him harm. Okay? Plain and simple. Willingly so. Because if you stand for the American people, not only do I stand with you, but I will stand in front of you. But if you stand against the American people, I will stand between you and them. It's plain and simple. And I'm not talking about, left, right, this, that, or the other. No, I'm talking about the actual fundamentals of it. And that is why I've actually contemplated for a very long time what I'm about to say next. If Mr. Trump or whoever is our next president fails in that regard, then I am placing my hat in the ring as somebody who knows that they will fail, but also as a candidate for United States presidency. There, I said it. My entire life has been dedicated to aiding the American public. It would not be a stretch for me to do so again. So yeah. If this is not fixed, I will shoulder that burden. which I understand is a fucking extreme responsibility, and would likely end up with me being assassinated just because of the fact of what my views are. It is completely contra to the will, we'll say, of those who are in power and wish to remain so. I would use barbed diplomacy, which is something that Mr. Trump is not versed in. Mr. Trump is a businessman. He is good at making compromises that influence a business in order to make it so that that business prospers. There are some things, in my opinion, that you cannot compromise on. Yeah. I think you're right about that, Garrett. Which would be a mistake, in my opinion. Just because of the fact of the matter is that, you know, I have to believe that Mr. Trump actually has learned his lesson about the American way and the American people. I have to believe that. Because it is, how would I says that? The alternative is suicide. Well, that's a cigarette. Take this back inside. All right. Jawohl, ist Papa. Was davon's? Ja, ist gut. Danke. Okay. Now. All right, so I'm back inside. Side. Whoa, shit. I got that. So, yep, it's a fake trial because, according to the U.S. Constitution, legally speaking, he cannot be charged. Any of you who have actually read the fucking Constitution will know that. Legally speaking, he cannot be legally charged with a crime for anything that he did while in office. It's the same thing for Biden's dumbass. I fucking hate it, but it's true. almost makes you want to give up. But I ain't got quit in my blood. I will say this though. The reason why I know yeah, it won't be a real trial. You're right. That it's unlawful. It's unconstitutional. The president cannot be charged with a crime while he is in the interim of his time in office. So, legally speaking, it doesn't matter either way, whether they charged him or not, whether they indicted him or not. It doesn't fucking matter. Constitutionally speaking, those charges are void anyways. They are nullified by the Constitution itself. So, you know, we've got a traitor in office right now that we can't do a fucking thing about because he's in office. Again, this comes back to a particular subsection of the United States Constitution, which states, no president, while in the influence of his office, may be charged with crimes of any kind, not including high felonious or treasonous behavior. So, they're trying to indict Trump on fucking goofball charges, whereas, Biden should be indicted on fucking treason, but the last person that was indicted on treason was a fucking CIA agent, so I really don't see that working out, I really don't. Or no, wait, it wasn't a CIA agent. It was the United States Army specialist was the last one who was indicted for treason. But yeah, what can I say? No, the statute of limitations has not run out. It's a matter of the statute of presidential what's it called? It's not presidential, it's executive. It's called executive balance. Basically, it means that because you are in executive power, you're the president for that particular amount of time. Anything that happened during your presidency that would be considered to be a misdemeanor or to be a low felony, low felonious crime, such as maybe saying something that was out of line or fucked as it seems, sexual assault, funny enough, or fucked as it is, you can't be charged with it. As a president, you can't be charged with it. No, I don't mean that. Matter of fact, it's the exact opposite. Back in 2010, and I had this on fucking good authority. Back in 2010, I found out that Biden was the reason we were having such issues in Iraq. Obama wanted to pull us out back then and do it right, slow pull out, wind down, get all of our equipment out, stuff like that. But Biden's Biden went around to different representatives and stalled him and made it so that it would not happen. And so that shit continued on through Trump's presidency. Trump tried to get the ball rolling, but then he was also stalled by people in Congress. It's fucking stupid, man. I mean, we all watched it happen. Okay. But the reality of it is that the people who are pulling the strings, fuck. Back then, it was the same people who are pulling the strings now. And thank God one of them did not get into the executive office. Fuck, I'm so happy she fucking didn't get into office. You could say this one fucking beautiful thing about Trump. If nothing else, she kept the wicked bitch of the West out of the presidency. I mean, he kept the wicked bitch of the West out of presidency. Yes, Hillary. That one. So, yeah. He kept her out of office, which, in a nutshell, stalled their plans, did not fucking negate them entirely. I mean, we're still dealing with it. We're still dealing with what they were wanting to do. It's just a matter of we've been fighting it fucking tooth and nail lately because Trump was standing in between us and them. And in all honesty, that's what protected them. Fucking hate to have to tell you guys that this way, but that actually protected them. I would say that they didn't expect Trump to win, but they wanted him to because of what it meant. Because Hillary was not their choice for office. Outright, she was not their choice for office. They knew she was too radical. They knew we would oppose her in every way, shape, or form. They didn't expect Trump to win, but they wanted him to win. Because it kept them out of the direct limelight, if you know what I'm saying. Because his face is out there. These bad actors were kept in the background. And Trump came right out and said it, he's like, I am the only one standing between them and you. And I have to agree. Yes, he was the only fucking one standing between us and them. But that is a double-edged sword. Okay? It cuts both ways. Yes, he kept them from attacking us. Also kept us from unseating them. Because we didn't see what they were doing directly. See how that works? fucking hate it, but it's just the God's honest truth, man. It's the way it is. Yeah, they wanted him to win, and he didn't want the position. I mean, for how many years did he say, I do not want to be the president. I will not be president. I refuse to be president. I am not running for president. This, that, and the other. Like, for years. That was his going position on it. He did not want to be president no matter fucking what. I can understand why. I can never forget that, Seymour. Never. Watched it unfold right in front of me. I watched her destroy friends of mine. So, no, I can never forget that. Yeah, some of them were BlackRock operators. I'm not exactly the fucking biggest fan of BlackRock. Fucking holy shit, am I not a fan of BlackRock? But all the same, you know, also CIA, also special forces. But regardless of all of that, they were Americans. That's what's more important to me. She killed them. I'll say it right now. She killed them. Not, the people who were actually slinging the fucking bullets. No, they were just instruments, tools pointed at a particular situation and then allowed to do whatever. She killed them. He says that, but I'm going to point out something to you. They've always been coming after us for decades. I would say ever since 89. As a matter of fact, since I was 2 years old, I've been watching them do it. In 1993, when the fucking crime bill was proposed and ratified, 96, watched it happen. Of course, they're going to come after us. We're the easy targets. I mean, who remembers J.R. Reddy? The man who shot himself 14 times with an AR-15. It's fucking laughable. How the fuck do you shoot yourself 14 times? Mm-mm. I don't buy it. I can't even shoot myself once. Yes, he's being symbolic. It's that's all it is it's all symbolism. It's a matter of he is a front man. He is a face man. You and I are the ones who are actually having to deal with the shit rolling downhill. Because unfortunately, we're the ones standing at the bottom of it. He's got a nice little perch up there. I hate to say it, because I try to believe that, I want to believe he has a good heart. I want to. Trust me, I want to. I mean, let me put it this way. I've told you all the story about how I got caught trespassing on his golf course, right? And he was the one who basically said, no, just let him go. He wasn't trying to hurt anyone. He wasn't trying to be an asshole or, vandalize anything or be a piece of shit. He's just trying to get home. Let him go. Outright, I will say that. So, I want him. I want to believe. But you got to remember what my main basic saying of life is. Trust that which you can verify. And all other things have a hefty dose of suspicion. There's a reason behind that. I can't verify for 100% that he really does care. Why? Because I'm not in his mind. I can't tell you what he's thinking about. I can't tell you what he feels. I mean, he says these things, but let me be clear. What's his name? Timothy McVeigh was a United States Army Ranger before he became, the stool pigeon patsy of the Clinton administration. So I want to believe. I just know too much. That's why, as I said, it really is. It's a gut punch, man. It's the sucker punch from left field that you don't see coming, but it's real and it hurts just as much. I don't know, Seymour. Some of the things that came out about Timothy McVeigh right when all of that happened, it just fucking straight up told me that everything that they were trying to spread about him was bullshit. Outright. Yeah, there's another one, Garrett. He until he ran for president, he was a declarative Democrat. And he said, and I quote, nothing has changed. Well, if nothing's changed, then we know exactly where you stand. So, yeah, I'm sorry, man. I want to be that kind of feller who's just going to stand there and be like, yeah, go this, that, and the other, do. But, dude, I am going to fucking tell the truth. Because as much as the truth will get me killed, a lie will get me killed that much quicker. Yep. They put Timothy McVeigh on death row for a bomb that I'm pretty sure, just by, what I know about the man's technical expertise, he could have made, but would not have utilized on American soil. Just from what I know about the man. So yeah, as far as McVeigh's concerned, they iced his ass to keep him shut up. Because if he would have been able to outright point out the blatant bullshit hypocrisy of what was going on, if he would have been able to actually speak and be heard, Americans everywhere would have been appalled. And yeah, Trump was buddies with Epstein until he found out about his fucking trafficking bullshit. Maybe he knew before, but probably not. I like to think that he didn't. I mean, Trump's got kids, man. Anybody who has a son or a daughter, nieces or nephews, I'll just put it, yeah, that way. You'll kill to protect them. And you wouldn't even bat a fucking eye doing it. Ask me how I know. I'd dive on a fucking hand grenade for my niece. So, yeah, I won't do that for anybody else. I'd dive on a fucking hand grenade for my niece. Why do you think I fucking hate? I got so violently outspoken about Epstein's bullshit. So fucking angry about fucking the child trafficking crap that keeps on getting spread around. It's just like, specifically because I watched her grow up. I literally watched her be born. I was there when she was born. You know, I'd go to the ends of the earth for that little girl. So if it's a question of, whether Mr. Trump would condone what Epstein was doing or he would be appalled by it, I fucking outright declaratively tell you he was fucking appalled by it. And I can tell you that without a shadow of doubt in my mind. Because he has children. So, yeah. Can't really say it any other way than that. He has good in his heart. If only for that. But I think there's more to it. All the same, The man is too willing to compromise on certain things. Certain things that would be not just a bone of contention. I don't know. That would outright be constitutional treason in any other respect. So, I mean, it's a. I understand that in any situation you're supposed to go for the lesser of two evils. Well, I would say that the lesser of two evils is still evil. See, I'd outright point out, the great failing of every politician is that when their lips are moving, they're lying. That's why, as far as it goes, as a businessman, I can get behind Trump. I can stand with Trump on that. As a politician, as any form of politician, I cannot get behind anybody. Can you imagine that? I mean, most folks are all for their chosen politician. It's kind of like playing the fantasy football draft and shit like that. You say, well, this is the guy that's going to do it. That's the guy that's going to do it. But what you don't realize is with fantasy football, it's just dollars and cents and numbers and a game. With the presidency, it is the fate of the world. It's a different story entirely. It is the fate of the world. We need to stop playing this as a fucking fantasy football game and really get involved in it as a situation of we cannot afford these mistakes. We cannot afford these wanton disregard of what what it really means to stand in that office, to hold that office. First to tell you, I cannot condone somebody attempting to dissolute, to dilute, in other words, the United States Constitution in any way. That's why I stood as a fucking Minuteman instead of, oh, well, we took that part of the Constitution and nullified it back in the 1960s. No. See, what you did is that you deconflicted the draft, making it so that the draft could only be utilized in a time of absolute war. Whereas the responsibilities of the militias, those being the organized militias and the disorganized militia, as well as the standing military. Okay, let's put those into their proper boxes. But the organized and disorganized militias are they are a responsibility for every American citizen, regardless of what the fuck ever Congress decided to say about the draft, because they tried to place it as the militia is the standing military, and that's not how our country is constructed. Our country is constructed as the standing military is the standing military, and it's something that is abhorrent to a free and liberated nation of individuals. However, a standing military is necessary for defense against foreign entities that would so do harm to that same nation. That being said, the militias, organized and disorganized militias, are instituted amongst the citizenry in order to protect sovereign American soil. They are not the standing military. They are the militia. It's kind of like, they want to say, well, the National Guard is the organized militia. No. No. It's not. The National Guard is the Department of the Army. That's the military, folks. The National Guard is the military. Regardless of what anybody would ever tell you about, as far as, the National Guard is the militia. No, they're not. The Coast Guard are not the militia. The National Guard are not the militia. The Army is not the militia. The Marine Corps is not the militia. The fucking Navy is not the militia. The Air Force is not the militia. The Space Force is not the militia. They are the military. And there is a chasm of difference. Let's look at the definition of a militia circa 1699, when the militias were first created in the American colonies. 1699, right around the same time as the United States Marine Corps. Consider it to be about the exact same time. 1699, 1700. The United States militias, the United Colonies militias are founded. They are still the militias of the English colonies, but they are the militias, not the military. England still had a standing military, and service in that military was mandatory, even as a colonial. However, also had colonial militias. They were not a standing military. They were civilians with muskets, rifles, and cannons. Very little training, but some training. The ability to utilize those weapons effectively. So, the militia is not the military. Okay? It's fucking pretty blatantly clear when you actually learn the history of it. The militias on their own were their own entity. The military on its own was its own entity. They were two sides of a coin. The militias could be called up by the Congress in the event of a wider conflict. However, they were originally designated to be the protectors of the people in situ. Okay? That's what the militia is for. It's the protectors of the homesteads, of the people, the farms, the townships in the colonies. Military was there as a ready and standing entity of projectable power across vast distances. The militias were in situ. That's the difference there. Military can go anywhere, do anything. The militias protect right at home. See, these are the major differences that people just ignore when they look at our military today, and they say, "Well, those are the militias." No, the fuck they are not. They are not the militias. They are the military. I gotta harp on this shit because the reality is people want to ignore that. Just the fact of the matter is, you know, if you really paid attention, you'd know. You'd see it for what it is. The destruction of our country from the inside out. You know, the military, they swear the same oath as the militias are supposed to be swearing. Did you know that? Do so solemnly swear to uphold the United States Constitution, to stand in direct protection of the United States Republic of these United States and the people for which that republic is created, to stand against all enemies, foreign and domestic, in times of good and in times of bad. It's the same fucking oath that everybody's supposed to swear. Yet, the military guys, they take it very fucking seriously. But I would be so boastful and braggartly to say that the militia, like a lot of militiamen that I've met, they don't take it that seriously. They don't look at it that way. They says, "Oh well, you know, we do have this standing military, and they're the ones who do this oath. You know, we don't have to take an oath or nothing. We're just here to protect our own." You know, it's like, no. According to the United States Constitution, the job of the militias, of the many militias, is to stand to the common defense and defense of the Commonwealth of the United States of America. And though not being organized in the standing military, and that militaries are necessary to the security of all borders, the militia stands ready to defend sovereign ground from those who would make incursion and stand ready to repel all borders. That's actually the definition of the militias in the Constitution. It mentions them both. So how can you say that the militia is the military when the Constitution actually names both of them? Okay, it literally names both entities. The standing military, abhorrent to a liberated nation, and the militias, the people being so armed and standing in the defense of the Commonwealth, and the common defense. The common defense, not the exported defense, not the nation's defense. No, the common defense. It doesn't say the state's defense. It says the common defense. What is the common defense? Well, if we look at the word and terminology in its original context, according to the time which it was written for, the common defense is literally the defense of the home, the defense of its surrounding community, the defense of the nation by proxy. Which means that because you're standing there in your general vicinity of your home and your neighborhood, your community, and you're protecting that particular spot, the military can focus on all this other shit. Because the militia is here as a rear guard. That's the common defense. And we got to see the showcasing of what that can be in the Revolution. And again, in the War of 1812, the militias stood to the common defense. The military stood to the state's defense. So when people says, well, how can the National Guard protect this son of a bitch from us? Duh. They're military. They are not the militia. You are. You're the militia. Those motherfuckers are the military. Two sides of the same fucking coin. They are both meant for defense. So, history being what it is, the history lesson being what it is. Now you know what the militia is. It's you, it's me. It's anybody who is willing to stand up and stand to that common defense. We defend our communities. We defend our homes. We defend our neighbors. We defend those who are invalid in our community. We allow the military to defend us in conflicts, being from the borders of the continental United States, extending to overseas. From the border, meaning the coastline, the borders along Mexico and Canada, and beyond. That is the state defense. The military stands to the state defense. The militia stands to the common defense, meaning within the confines of the continental United States. So now you know in a nutshell where the responsibilities lie. This is why I keep on saying, we need to stop looking at it as the military needs to jump in and stand up to this shit. No. The military doesn't have to do fuck all. Why? Because it's not their responsibility. It's not. It's not the police's responsibility. Even though they are a type of militia, they're not really militia. They're law enforcement. See, this is where it comes back to the blue coats. They are the blue coats. They are not they're not standing to the common defense. They're standing to the enforcement of law. It's a little different. And this is why, the SCOTUS stated that the police department across the United States are not responsible for protecting you because you are the militia. That means you're actually responsible for protecting yourself and those who are around you. In a nutshell, the police are not responsible to protect you in your own home or out in public. The military is not responsible for protecting you at home or out in public. You are. This is why I stepped away from the whole idea of, well, call the police because it'll help. They'll get here and they'll stop these people. No, fuck all that bullshit. Fuck that noise. I'll call 1858 44. You know what I mean? I'll call 1911. I'm not calling 911. Because the reality is, in that respect and regard, I'll call them later to bring in the body bags and clean up the mess. Because, like SCOTUS said, it's not their responsibility to defend my life. I learned it the hard way. It's not their responsibility to defend my life. And being unarmed for any fucking reason is a death sentence in that respect. Because we expect for these people to be there to stand to our defense, whatnot, this, that, and the other, right? Well, therein lies my issue with that. Because they've already said that it's not their responsibility. Sure, they can choose to do so. And they will try to get to you as fast as they can. But it's not their responsibility to protect you from some fucking asshole breaking into your house at 3 a.m. It's not their responsibility to stand up and defend you against crooked politicians. That's not their responsibility. That's yours. That's what bothers me. Like, people don't want to take that responsibility. They don't want to stand to it. You're an extremist. No, I'm not. There's nothing fucking extreme about what I'm saying. As a matter of fact, this is exactly what, the Supreme Court of the United States of America is saying. I'm just sitting here fucking saying the same shit because of what they said. they've been working forever to try and empower the American people to get it back to the point where you can do what you were originally supposed to be able to do. Keep and bear arms. Provide yourself with arms and ammunition. Provide for the common defense. And stand to the defense of the Commonwealth. Quite literally. They want you to be able to do this. The problem lies with Congress. Funny enough. We all want to sit there and says, well, this bureaucracy makes the law. Yeah, sure. They can suggest laws. They can suggest them all they like. But they cannot offend previously existing foundational law. Without, and even at that point, I would argue that the 16th Amendment is void because it is a nullification to a previous amendment. But, I digress. Congress is not supposed to be able to nullify any amendment to the United States Constitution because it's already an amendment. It already amends something within the Constitution in order to guarantor, not grant, guarantor specific rights. So, in a nutshell, like I says, when I says in a nutshell, I mean bring it all back together as this is all the information I've got on this. And it makes it make sense. So I would be so bold as to say this, and I probably would be correct in what I'm saying. We are facing a 1768 level threat. Okay. We are facing a 1768 level threat, wherein we are having to threaten reprisal for any attempt against those rights which are therefore a previous guarantor to the American citizen, and furthermore guarantor to even the British citizen. But that's something for another time. Those rights are what are called guarantored, or guaranteed. They're guaranteed rights and acquiesced to by this particular body. However, it is not granted by this body. It is not granted by these people. It's just that they recognize that this is a particular right and that you're going to exercise these fucking rights. Use it or lose it sort of thing. Whatever. It's one of those matters where this is why I keep on telling people you need to be doing this shit. You need to get out and train. You need to go out and, get yourself arms and ammunition, understand what your responsibilities are, and actually stand to them. Not just say, all right, well, if it ever happened, motherfucker, it's happening right in front of you and you're not doing a damn thing. I mean, we're all armchair quarterbacking here, right? And yeah, I get out there and I still do to this day, but that's neither here nor there. That's more of like, well, I'm one guy by myself, pretty much with my dick in my hand, going out there and trying to help people. Because I don't know if you noticed, but air guns and fucking black powder pistols have not been military capable for the past 75 years. Now, that being said, yes, they are still considered to be historically military arms, which is why we still have access to these particular arms and ammunition and whatnot. However, that's only historically speaking. That's not speaking of now. Every American citizen, regardless of, you know, what your background is or what your restrictions are, should, by the very effect of the Second Amendment, be armed with a standard battle rifle. When I say a standard battle rifle, I mean something in a particular cartridge which is well versed and often utilized by our military and other government entities. That's actually what it's supposed to be. So it's in a caliber or, you know, a cartridge specific that our military uses or our allies use. That's what the militia is supposed to be armed with, all the way around the board, all the way across the fucking gamut of it. If you want an AR-15, you're supposed to be able to buy it without the fucking background check, without the ATF up your ass, without the fucking red coat bullshit. Plain and simple, this is your responsibility. You are a man between the ages of 18 and 65. This is your responsibility. You're supposed to have these arms and this ammunition. That being said, because of legislation and because of the ATF and because of panicky little motherfuckers, a lot of us actually can't. So we have to make do with what else we can do. But, you know, to my opinion, it is abhorrent. Had I the option legally, I would be going out to the range every fucking week, or weekend for that matter. Probably week, because I wouldn't want to be there during the weekend when all of the FUDs and the Karens show up to the fucking range. But, you know, I'd want to be able to still practice. And so I would be showing up at the range with an AR-15, or sorry, a CAR-15 para model. And the original freaking what did they call that? The Yugo blue, the Yugo gun blue, where you got the stainless steel on the receiver, or sorry, you got the stainless steel of the receiver on the upper, and you've got the anodized lower with the gun blue barrel and gun blue handguard, gun blue carry handle, and the stock is made with it's a folding stock which is made from I want to say gun blue sheet metal with a rubber butt plate. Oh, and don't forget the fun switch. Yeah, that's what I would personally have, because that is what I trained with as a young man, very young man, like a 10-year-old young man. It's what I was fucking first trained on. And I would also have a conversion kit for it to drop it down to a 22 long rifle. And I would have a pistol chambered in a common caliber, 45 caliber ACP, 9mm parabellum, 9x19, or for that matter, nowadays guess what you would call like a common caliber. Other than those two, there's not much in that way. I mean, 5.7. Um, 44 special, 38 special, something like that, maybe. Yeah, I'm recoil sensitive because of physical maladies. So of course I'd be going towards some of the little bit less power behind the round, but still has enough whop getting the fuck out there to not, punch a hole through something and keep going. So yeah, 38 special or your 44 special probably would not stand up to a Magnum just because I can't stand up to a Magnum. That's just fucking a reality of getting gutted like a catfish. Okay. Basically fucking weak tea afterwards. So yeah, that's where I would probably stand about on. And those are the common calibers I would stand with. I could shoot a 45 ACP and not be too beat down with recoil. I mean, yeah, it's still a fucking big, fat, heavy, slow round, but probably wouldn't be too beat down with recoil off of that. However, it's kind of like my black powder pistol. They shoot at about the same speed. Bullets flying at about the same speed. It's the same weight of bullet. It's the same, like I said, it's the same velocity. It's the same weight of bullet. It's nearly the same recoil impulse. One's a little more sharp than the other, but it's pretty much the same. I'd carry a 45, maybe a 2011, not a 1911, just because I would want the extra stack of ammunition, double stack mag, just because I know what a fucking firefight looks like, and there's nothing that says kill me like running out of ammunition before the threat has been put down. So yeah. So I'd probably go more towards like a 2011, or I'm not gonna. God, I hate that I'm even saying this. A Glock in 45. I fucking hate polymer framed pistols, and I do have a good reason behind that. I still have the scars on my hand from the slide bite that I got from my cousin's pistol. He went and let me shoot his 9mm freaking Glock 17, I believe it was. I fucking hate that gun. Fucking hate it. Why? Because that son of a bitch slide bites like a bitch. And yes, I was holding it without the limp wrist bullshit. Okay? God, I wish I had fucking footage of that day because that was fucking phenomenal. I looked at that shit and was like, why the fuck would I ever fucking buy a Glock? The damn frame flexes when you shoot it. It flexes so much that I was able to hold my hand so as I was pointing the gun straight and holding that frame, and yet the whole slide, barrel assembly, all of that, the top end of the gun and the top end of the lower of the gun would flex upwards, and my hand would stay stationary. How do I know this? Because I stuck my hand during one of those rounds, shooting one of those rounds, I stuck my hand up against the tail gate of a pickup truck. My hand did not fucking move on that pickup truck tailgate, but that gun did. I outright fucking hate polymer frame pistols. I think they suck ass. Give me something steel. Give me something heavy. I don't give a fuck if it's brass, for fuck's sake. Give me something that I know I'm holding a fucking pistol, not a piece of plastic. I can't stand plastic guns. They bother me. All right. I can't stand them. It's fucking plastic off. Like, fuck that bullshit. I'm not having a fucking thing detonate on me. I mean, it's probably not going to, I'm being facetious with that, but you get my point. I cannot fucking stand plastic guns. They bother me. I want steel. I want heavy. I want to feel the gun. I don't want to fucking sit there and be like, oh, well, this is rinky dink as fuck. It's a fucking toy. No, I want a gun where when I run out of ammunition and I chuck that motherfucker at your head and it bounces off of your skull, it gives you a concussion. That's the gun I want. I don't want a fucking gun that's going to be like, well, might as well throw this motherfucker behind me because it ain't worth a fuck elseways. I want something heavy. I want something I can feel. Shit, I bought a fucking black powder pistol. This motherfucker's so goddamn heavy I could barely hold the motherfucker up. But I'd rather shoot that gun any day of the fucking week. I mean, any day of the week than a Glock. Because Glocks are just so fucking light. And they are polymer. That polymer flexes. I know you don't, you know what, there's a lot of Glock fanboys out there. A lot of folks love their Glocks. Fine. I understand. Good for you. You carry the piece of plastic. Give me the Kimber. Give me the Magnum Research. Give me the fucking the Colt, You keep the Glock. I'll take the Smith and Wesson, You keep the Glock. You want to keep that, you like Glocks, fine. You shoot that. I want something that I can feel. I want something where I know that this gun, regardless of how many times I freaking pull the trigger, isn't going to flex in my hand. You can feel it if you actually pay attention to the gun and not where you're aiming. You know that? That's something that I put great emphasis on when it's the first time I pick up a gun. I'm not giving a fuck where that bullet flies so much as it's flying down range and it's stopping in a mountainside. That's fine with me. Because that bullet's going over there and it's stopping there. I'm more concerned about what is the recoil impulse on this gun? What does this gun do in my hand? So that I can expect and anticipate what the gun is going to do, so I can make that bullet that I'm seeing skipping off the ground, not 30 fucking feet away from me, do what I want it to and go where I want it to go. That's my entire reasoning behind doing that way. First, get a feel for the gun impulse, for the recoil impulse, for the firing, so the what do they call it? The firing shock. I want to know what that gun's going to do in my hand, because it's an extension of my hand. So all the rest of that, I cannot stand that bullshit of it. It flexes in my hand. It feels chintzy. It feels cheap. Fuck. I'll shoot a fucking high point before I shoot a Glock ever again in my life. Hand of God. Yeah, they're heavy. They're clunky. They're fucking... Ugh. But it's a steel fucking frame pistol. Go figure. Yeah, it's fucking high point. But it's a steel framed pistol. So there again, that's my bigger issue is like, I want something that when I fire the gun, it does not flex in my hand. My wrist flexes because it has to go somewhere. That freaking impulse has to go somewhere. I'd rather it flex my wrist and my forearm with each shot so I can come back to sight picture than have the gun flex in my hand. And so every time it shoots, it's doing this. See how that works? That's the problem with a polymer framed pistol is the gun barrel does this. It dances the fuck around every shot you take. So your accuracy suffers. It's fine up close and personal. Fine. I get that. It's great. That's what a pistol's for in the most part. But some rounds have to be shot way the fuck out there. Sometimes you have to arc that bullet way the motherfuck out there to your target. Me personally, I want to have at least the amount of accuracy necessary that when I put it way the motherfuck through that arc, it hits the target with some authority, some prejudice. I put the bullet where I want it to go rather than where the bullet wants to go because the gun decided where it wanted to go. I don't want the gun making decisions. And unfortunately, polymer frames do that. It's precisely why I don't like polymer frame pistols. They drive me insane. They make me fucking harp about that shit. Like I hate that shit. That being said, there are some Glock pistols out there that don't do that. Okay? There are some Glock pistols out there that don't do that. And fine. I'll sport one of those just fine. It comes down to the flex of the firearm. Every firearm flexes. Depends on what the composition of the materials of the frame that give you the amount of flex. This is why I want a steel gun. Don't really care much for the polymer ones. I want something that flexes the least. That's fine if it breaks my fucking wrist when I'm sitting there shooting it. In my opinion, because I'm not going to break my wrist. I'm not an idiot. I do know how to shoot a gun. But I don't want the gun flexing in my hand. It's just, it's kind of like, you know, the idea of you get what you pay for. Glocks are pretty cheap. I say pretty cheap because I could buy a fucking brand new Hudson Invader for the price that I would go and spend on a Glock. So, you know, that being said, some Glock platforms are much tougher than others. There are some of them that are built in order to flex the least, and those are good guns. I mean, of course, they are hot rodded the fuck out, but they're just a better variety. So, they're in a nutshell, you know. But again, it comes back to, what do I prefer? I prefer a real fucking gun. When it's sitting on my hip, I want to feel it sitting there. I want to know it's there. When it comes off of my hip, I want to know it came off of my hip. I want to feel the weight leave. It's just, you know, fine for other people to want those, that really light, you know, cut all the weight down that you can. Great, fine. Some places that's a good idea. Cut down as much weight as you can. But in some places, that's not a great idea. And I'll put it this way. I'll say it straight out like that. I shot my uncle's, believe that was a Colt Python 357 Magnum. Back when I still could shoot a Magnum and not, you know, afterwards have to go and clench my butthole. Shot that thing just fine. Much lower recoil impulse than a fucking 9mm that I shot later that day, actually. And the see here, what was that? I think it was like the 21. Pretty sure that was a Glock 21. But yeah, I shot the Beretta, was the Beretta 98. I actually like that gun. I actually do. I'm not a big fan of 9mm, but I actually like that gun. It shoots nice. It's fucking. Also got a chance to shoot a Beretta M9 when I was really young, but that'll never happen again. Thank you, Killery. Anyways, but when I was 28, 27, 27, I got to shoot the Colt Python and 357 Magnum, and right afterwards I got to shoot a Glock 17 and a Glock 21. Both of those guns I could not stand. I'd rather shoot the 357. And actually, no, that was after I got stabbed, so I think I could handle a Magnum. I mean, it would have to be a certain recoil impulse, certain, you know, recoil impulse absorption level to it, but I could possibly handle a Magnum, I guess. Now as I look back on it. I mean, I shoot the biggest fucking black powder gun or black powder pistol that has ever been made. So that's my standard carry, is literally that. So biggest black powder pistol that has ever been made. In a revolver. um I'm not saying as big as this caliber is concerned. I'm saying the biggest size pistol that has ever been made for black powder. There's nothing out there that compares. Unless you've got a black powder pistol with a 26-inch fucking barrel on the son of a bitch. Good luck. Or a 16-inch barrel on the son of a bitch. Good luck finding that. My black powder pistol is the largest that has ever been made. That would be this one right here, which is the Buffalo Bore 44 caliber, made by Pieta in Italy, in the Remington frame, the Remington brass frame, which it's not really brass. This is gunmetal number 6, I believe. So again, it's a right and proper built pistol. It's not going to flex as much as some people might think they would. Probably shoot a 40 grain Pyrex charge out of this thing and not flex the frame too much. So there is that. You know, I don't shoot anemic rounds out of that. Kind of put a lot of emphasis on I don't shoot anemic fucking guns. Even though, you know, I shoot guns that most people would think are anemic. By comparison to anything else in their, you know, in their respective fields, they are not anemic. So there's that. But yeah, in the respect of what would I carry, what would I use if I had the right to modern firearms restored or what the fuck ever. Fucking puts a bad taste in my mouth saying that shit that way. It ain't right. Just is. My right to modern firearms. Like I said, I shoot something in 45 ACP or maybe 357 Magnum or 38 Special or 44 Special maybe. Like I said, the recoil impulse is what hurts. The more recoil impulse, the more it feels like that insta jerk that just wants to tear my body apart. The same kind of insta jerk that you feel when you pull a bow all back all the way to full draw and then you release the string. It's just that instant release of energy across your body. Now, for me, I have very little left of my core. All right. Yeah, I'm muscular as all fucking hell get out, but don't let that fool you. That's more of like just because anything less would be unsubstantial to hold me up. It literally does feel like somebody's taken a fucking um, coat hanger wire that they've held over the top of a fucking campfire till that motherfucker got glowing white ass hot and just singeing my stomach with it. That's how bad that is. It fucking hurts. It really fucking hurts. So, real quick, let me see what I just. What the hell? Oh, okay. That's what that were. All right. Notifications. Anyways, yeah, I don't want anything real special. I just want to be able to exercise my rights. Literally, you know. I want to be able to walk in confidence. Now, a lot of folks don't understand what I mean when I say that phrase. So I'm gonna break it down for you. The ability to walk in confidence, in quotes, beginning with walk and with confidence. That is, wherever you go, doesn't matter where, doesn't matter for what reason, just the ability to hold your head high, knowing, one, you're an American citizen, and, because of that, you have that ability, that fucking ability to utilize that force necessary if it becomes necessary. But at the same time, because you can utilize that force, because you have that potential, you can also afford to be courteous. That's the walking in confidence. It's, yes, I have a gun on my hip, but I'm right here. Here's my heart, here's my hand. I have the ability to be courteous, to be kind, even because nobody's going to take away my life without a fight. I haven't always had that luxury. I call it a fucking luxury, even though it should be a fucking right. Honest to God truth, that should be a fucking outspoken right. The ability to walk in confidence. I'll tell you what. Even now, it's still a bit of a stretch. Just simply because, my my EDC is a fucking cap and ball black powder revolver. Yeah, it's pretty fucking reliable. Yeah, it's a small package with a big bark and an even bigger bite. Fine. That's also a bit of an issue, though. Um, I've had a bunch of people walk up to me like, dude, I like your pistol, and I think that's fucking sweet. Thing's beautiful. I love that thing. I'm like, thank you. You know, funny enough, while it's endearing and it's, I enjoy the compliments and I'm very thankful of them. Um, at the same time, it makes me leery of individuals when they're sitting there staring my pistol down. I don't know why. It's just fucking weird. Maybe it's just my life in Los Angeles that really fucked with my head, because I watch people get run up on and get their fucking pistols jacked and shit. Like, if I'm out there in public and somebody walks, behind me, or, I practice pistol retention, just like law enforcement. I practice pistol retention. I practice, hand on gun when somebody walks past you. Somebody gets within 5.5 foot of you. Hand goes on top of the cannon. That can be very easily misconstrued. I'd rather have like a lapel holster, all right, where it sits right inside of my lapel. And it's either, this big son of a bitch, or maybe it's like a little barkeep or an archangel just right there in the fucking lapel of my jacket or the lapel of my shirt. It's just a little strap that fucking goes, so like a set of suspenders, really. There's a little tiny pistol sitting right there, right over top of my heart. I would feel so much more confident with that. But this is what I can have. This is how I can have it at the time. I think it's unlawful to tell anybody that they have to reduce their ability of personal defense. I think it's unlawful in all respects to tell somebody that you may not purchase this, but you can purchase that. Like, well, wait a minute, motherfucker. My dollar spends the same. I've never attacked any fucking individual. Leastways not with a fucking firearm. Yeah, when I was younger and dumber, living in fucking Los Angeles, I put a whooping on somebody because, yeah, fucking younger and dumber, a little more cocky. Not so cocky anymore. I learned the hard way. You only think it's a fair fight. Hillside, nice to see you, huh? Good to see you. Glad you came by. So, yeah, in Hoosiers. In a nutshell, that's why I carry a black powder cap and ball revolver. It's because I can't have a 357 Magnum with an 8-inch fucking barrel. I can't have. I say can't. It's fucking retarded that I gotta say this shit just because of the hate TF. You know what I mean. Fucking batshit. Literally, bat fee. Bat fecal matter. Honestly, I think you should be allowed to fucking have, not necessarily utilize without, a lot of training and knowledge, but hey, Monty, good to see you. But you should have the ability to do at least, possess without some special tax bullshit or something or other. Grenades. You should be able to have, not necessarily utilized, but still be allowed to, for that matter, SPRs and full autos for fun. Because let's be clear, there's a reason why they call it the fun switch. Fuck. Yummy. Breakfast butter. Anyways. But yeah, you should have the ability to have the fun switch. You should have the ability to have the SBR and all of this stuff without the extras on it, without having to pay fucking ass loads of money and fucking taxes and shit. Let me put it this way. I would have no problem in spending $1,000 fucking dollars on an AR. AR-10, AR-15, Mini 14, even an M4, this, that, or the other. I'd have no problem buying one of those for $1,000 or more, or like up to and including $4,000. No qualms in purchasing that weapon for that amount. You add the fucking $400 in the $400 in NFA taxes, plus the yearly recertification tax, the fucking SBR tax, and the fucking what's the other one that they're proposing, at least? Fucking geez, like what was that? It was the 100 or like the fucking 300% markup or something tax. I think it's fucking wrong, honestly. That markup is bullshit. That fucking tax is bullshit. That takes a fucking $4,000 gun and makes it into a $20,000 gun. It takes a $1,000 gun and turns it into a $4,000 gun. And if you ask me, that's highway robbery. If you ask me, rose by any other name would still smell just as sweet. A skunk by any other name would stink just as much. And motherfucker, that smells like skunk butt. Because you can call it a tax all you want. It is theft. Clear, unadulterated theft. And I would be so bold as to say it is highway robbery or strong arm robbery, whichever floats your boat, because it is theft under the threat of government issue force of violence. That is why I says, it's not a tax. That's not even fucking, no. That is theft. Straight up, straightforward fucking taxation in that particular regard, especially, but even so, beyond that is theft in all of its different aspects. There's nothing good that has ever come from taxes. They say there are only two things guaranteed in life: death and taxes. I would argue this. There's only one thing guaranteed in life, and that is that the government will fuck you every which way they can without the condom or the lube and leave you holding the damn bag. I know, yeah, that's not a popular opinion. It's not something that everybody likes to hear. But guess what? It's true. That's the reality of government, especially a big government. But even such, any government, what has power, because money is one thing, it can help you gain power and influence, but it is not in of itself power. It's how you utilize it. That's what creates or breaks the power. I don't believe that any government entity whatsoever should have anything so much as alluding to power. They should have more than just a burden of proof. They should have to prove beyond a shadow of doubt before a charge can be levied. This is my opinion, because there are too many wrongful convictions in our country, which is compounded by the fact that any conviction, wrongful or otherwise, is grounds for the removal of rights in our current society. At least as far as the Department of Justice is concerned. And that's why I believe the Department of Justice has been weaponized. It is disgusting, in my opinion. It is abhorrent to a free and honest people in any nation to be sequestered to a life of constant reprisal and reduction of rights. You know who said that? Actually, the person who I consider to be one of the only real presidents we've ever had in this country. One of like a couple, like a half dozen, one of a half dozen presidents who have ever been real presidents in our country. And that's even a stretch, I could say three for certain, which is why I put another three on the top. Just like, whatever, probably is three more. So, but yeah, George Washington, JFK, Donald Trump. Those are my three. Then there's Reagan, although he's a career politician. He's a bit of a fucking a stoolie. And still was a really fucking good president. So four. for my French and German viewers out there. If you know where that comes from, it's a little bit of a giggle and a stereotype. Yes, I know. It's said in humor, not for actually trying to be an asshole. I was saying it in humor. In total jest. You get what I'm saying, you know. Inglorious Bastards. We don't say Dragleza, we say Dragleza. If you know where that scene is in the movie, fucking more power to you. Because you got the reference. But yeah, that's what it comes down to. And you know, I don't like the fact that I have to go and fucking say these things. I shouldn't have to say a fucking word. I shouldn't have to. It should be I just want to. The reality is that if I don't say these things, people will think I have a different opinion or a different way about me. I'm just going to tell you how it is. I ain't gonna fucking, you know, I'm going to tell you how I feel, how the reality of it is to me, what my understanding of things are. It may not be what everybody agrees on, but damn it, it has its reasoning. And that reasoning is really fucking profound. So, yeah. This is where we stand. You know, the situation of the world, situation of what our country's come to. I shouldn't be afraid of fucking walking off into the woods. I should not be afraid of walking through fucking downtown Portland. I should not be afraid to go and walk into a store because I can't have a gun on me. Just be fair and honest with that. I don't like going to the leather store actually down here. I don't like going there. I really don't. Like a store owner doesn't want me to go in there with my pistol in a holster on my hip, secured because it's loaded. So yeah, and fucking my response to the dude was like, when he asked me, "Well, is it loaded?" I said, "Yeah. Why would it not be?" You know, that's the fucking logic coming behind that. Why would it not be? I carry it for personal protection. Well, we don't allow those in the store. Okay. I just won't be coming back then. We'll order shit online. I'm not going to patronize a storefront that's going to tell me I can't protect myself. And I want to. Trust me. I would much rather patronize a storefront than patronize a computer store, you know, an internet store. Much rather patronize a storefront where somebody is working their ass off every single day in order to make money than fucking order it online. That's why I have a huge issue with going, you know, and going into the stores nowadays, because a lot of places where I normally frequent and I'd go there because, you know, I need the materials or I need the tools or I need the fucking medicine or I need the fucking food or, you know, this, that, or the other, you know, can't fucking walk in the place with a gun on your hip because of, this reason or that reason or some other. It's appalling. And that is, a black powder pistol, 6-shooter in fucking Oregon. Not only is it legal, it's legal for everybody. And I mean everybody. Oh, you have a felony on your record? Black powder pistol. 6-shooter, black powder. You can have that on you. God's honest truth. Completely fucking legal. It's the other one. You don't have any criminal activity on your record, but you can't get a CCW. Okay. Well, you can carry a fucking 6-shot barkeep in a lapel holster. Still concealed, but it's a black powder pistol and it's a 6-shooter, which means it's under constitutional carry law. It's under the blue law here in the state of Oregon. Little tiny workaround that they're really trying hard to get rid of, but they have not been able to because of the way that it's written. And the time frame, and with the words utilized, the legalese utilized, the way it was written, like I said, it's really difficult to negate that blue law. And because it has to be voted out by the people, it can't be voted out by the governments in the general area. It has to be voted out by the people themselves. And because, well, the actual areas where they will vote it out are also the cesspools of the country. Pretty much, Portland, Salem, Eugene, to a lesser extent, but still Eugene. Those are all places where I won't spend more than 10 minutes. And I still fucking wear my gun on my hip. Can have it out in public. I can walk around with it outside, in public zones. But cannot walk into the fucking stores with it because they're all a bunch of fucking pansy asses. And they'd rather get robbed by a criminal than be protected by me. Because a criminal's not going to give a shit walking into your store with a loaded gun and pointing it right at your fucking head. Because that's what they're going to do anyways. The difference is that guy that you won't let come into your store because he's armed and he's doing so legally in order to protect himself, well, that guy could have protected your ass, but instead you ran him off. That's your problem. Guess what? Just because you don't like guns in your store, so you have a no gun policy in your store, does not mean that a criminal is going to give a fuck about your no gun policy. Oh, and by the way, criminals nowadays, instead of just stealing your money, your wallet, your goods, your stuff, this, that, the other, and leaving, are now taking those guns and just shooting people dead as they walk out the store with all the stuff that they stole. So I know, no. I'm not going into these stores anymore. If you choose to become a victim, that is your problem. I will not be put into that position because of your political problems. I will not be placed in a position where I'm in danger because you chose to endanger yourself. And I will not patronize your business if you choose to endanger me in order to do so. And that's your fault, not mine. I wanted to be amicable to everybody, be everybody's friend, but I realize I can't please everyone. Well, I can't please everyone and survive. I realize that the likelihood is that I'm going to be the one that gets shot at first. That's a likelihood. What is also a likelihood is that without that pistol on my hip, I'm still going to get shot at. But I'm not going to be able to defend myself. What's more so, I'm not going to be able to defend the poor son of a bitch who decided that they don't like guns, so they won't let you have one. I mean, I still believe that that fuckhead deserves to have a life, deserves to live and breathe, even though they choose to disarm me, the person who's willing to put their life on the line to protect that fucktard. I still think they should be allowed to breathe. But the reality is that they're signing their own death warrant. They are literally sidling up to the bar and saying, 100 drams of fucking Raid, please. You know, let me drink fucking dimethyl mercury because the Chinese say that it's a fucking, an elixir of immortality or some shit. Like I said, if you want to live in your fantasy world, that's up to you. I will not be patronizing your business. Yeah. All right. So this one. Thank you. New Mexico. You're pretty much in the same situation I'm in. Because except for the fact that that's in public spaces. That's not just walking into certain stores or whatnot. That's public spaces. That means the entirety of the area. You can't even have the motherfucker in your house. That's what this bitch is trying to do. That this fella right here is talking about. Okay? That's what that bitch is trying to do. You are disarmed in every form. You cannot even protect yourself in your own house. That's what she wants to do right now. That's what she's trying to do. She could only get so much as to say you can't have it in public spaces. Criminals aren't going to fucking care. They're still going to carry. They're still going to go and rob people. They're still going to shoot up fucking school buses and shit. And you think for a fucking second that you're changing a goddamn thing with that fucking bullshit ass little rule? She even stated right to everybody's fucking face, I doubt that the criminals will actually follow the law. Let me repeat myself because it bears repeating. I doubt, okay, I quote first, I quote, I doubt that the criminals will follow the law. No shit, Sherlock. Hence the word criminal. Fucking stupid. Same shit happened up here in Or Get a Gun. And thank God for previously existing legislature because it rendered that bullshit fucking moot real fast. They say, well, you can't walk around with modern firearms in public anymore, and you can't have, any other kind of gun, this, that, or the other. And motherfuckers came out with their pistols, their rifles, their shotguns, and we're just walking around in fucking public like, try me, motherfucker. I try to comply with the law as best as I can, but there is a limit. I do have my fucking limits. All right, I will fucking try my damnedest to comply with the law when and where I can. But my limit is the point where I may not protect myself against an assault. Because believe it or don't, I am a victim of violent crimes. I don't like the idea of that. I don't want to be a victim of violent crime. And I will never again be a victim. Let's make that very fucking clear. It's one of the things I fucking hate about our society is the victim mentality. I refuse to be victimized ever again. I carry guns. I carry fucking knives. And I carry fists and feet that are way fucking more dangerous than any firearm ever was. Just not at a distance. That's my point, though. I carry because I have been hurt. I have been nearly killed. I'm not letting it happen again. It's never going to happen again. And when I say it's never going to happen again, I will fucking die drowning in the morning from my own fucking phlegm. Because pneumonia. And because I refuse to be a victim ever again. I used to be a damn good looking motherfucker. Now, I look like hammered crap. So, yeah. right and perfect, to be true and honest. I look like hammered crap, and I feel like it too. Does that mean that I'm ever going to let that shit happen again? You're outside your mind if you think. I'll straight up fucking dome a motherfucker. I will pistol whip the snot out of a motherfucker before I ever become a fucking victim again. Just so as you know, I'm not interested in doing all that shit. It's not what I go out there with, in my fucking my my first intention. My first intention is to be kind, courteous, speak softly, and carry a motherfucking big stick. Try to be nice. I want to be nice. That's how I was raised. I was raised to be a kind individual who's willing to go out there and do the extra bit to help others. That's just it. It goes against every fiber of my being to have to be the asshole. Unfortunately, I don't have the luxury of being nice anymore. For the most part, I gotta be the fucking asshole. I've gotta be the mean son of a bitch. Because if you're nice to people, they'll think of you as an easy target. And that hurts. That bothers me. So, yeah, I'm going to carry. I'm going to be a fucking force of nature. And I hope that everybody out there who has the ability to does so. Carry weapons of any kind. Protect yourself, protect your family, protect your friends, and those around you. Especially the ones who are fucking too pansy ass to do it themselves. Because maybe, just maybe, you might influence them by the very fact that you are carrying, and you stop something right in their direct fucking presence where it saves their life. You might change their mind. You might make them want to go and carry and be part of, be welcoming to those who want to be part of the militia. So the reality is, we are always too far in between. Too few. We always will. Always will be. Too far and few in between. That is why the Second Amendment is so damn important. Because it's not a big deal. It doesn't mean much to you until it means everything. So anyways, yeah, it's getting later in the morning. I know folks got to go to work and whatnot and do this, that, and the other, and all that fun shit. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for sticking it out with me and hanging out in the Freedom Forum, and y'all have a wonderful morning. And go out there and be a force of good. Be the guard that I know you to be. This is Yo Guardsman, motherfuckers. I'm out.